They only cooperated once in the blood arena, so Xianxia was not familiar with Boya. Furthermore, she did not seem to be an obedient person at that time. In other words, this woman wasn't the type to submit meekly or obey orders easily. Xianxia instinctively thought that she was joking, but soon his face changed again. He turned to look in one direction, sneered, and then turned back to Boya. She looked embarrassed, the corner of her lips twisting into a faint smile. More than a dozen kilometers away, many powerful auras were approaching. There were many high-rank demon kings among them whose figures could even be seen from a distance, and they were all eyeing this place. Although Xianxia just swept his eyes over them, he recognized one among them. He was the middle-aged demon king who he had met in the blood arena that day. It was impossible that the demons were coming for him, so there was only one explanation for this: they came for Boya. The submission of this woman was an act she had to carry out in order to seek protection. However, Xianxia had no idea why she was being chased and hunted by the people from the blood arena. Without any hesitation, though, Xianxia waved his hand. "Make way, or don't blame this king for being rude," Boya pleaded with a pitiful face. "Sir, please don't stand by and watch me die. It's all thanks to you that this Boya fell into such a situation." Xianxia snorted. "It's none of my business that you offended others," Boya explained. "It's because of what happened in the blood arena yesterday. They seem to think that my intervention sabotaged their plans, so they have been chasing after me since then. Boya has nowhere to go now and could only ask Sir to accept her. Sir has seen Boya's abilities. She will surely not disappoint you." Xianxia sneered. "The demon realm is a vast, wide world. You can go anywhere you want. Why come to me? Stop being ridiculous." As soon as these words came out, Boya dropped her head in despair. "If I had another choice, I wouldn't have come to you. All the territory gates have been blocked by them. So where else can I go?" Xianxia looked at her faintly. "I wonder if you've heard a particular saying we have among my human race?" "What is it?" Boya looked at him curiously. Xianxia's mouth curved into a smile. "If a natural disaster happens to someone, he can be forgiven. But if it's of one's own making, he deserves the punishment." Although he knew that he was a part of the reason Boya was being chased and hunted down by those from the blood arena, Xianxia truly did not want to be involved with this woman. As such, he simply waved his hand and demanded, "Make way!" Boya threw herself onto the tiger head chariot and begged pitifully, "If Sir doesn't want to take me in, can you just escort me out? Just help me to pass through the territory gate." After a pause, she continued, "Right, you don't need to pay me my 10% either. I don't want it anymore. There was never 10% for you. Cease your nonsense." Xianxia hissed. Baizh was suddenly interrupted. "Brother Yang, it'd be good to take her with you. This girl's ability is more powerful than an ordinary high-rank demon king. She really could be of great use to you." Hearing what Baizh was said, Boya quickly nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Yes, sir. Just take me with you. I'll serve you well." Xianxia glared furiously at Baizhua as he had no idea why Baizhua was so interested in this matter. He shook his head slowly and remarked, "I don't feel secure about this." He did not know Boya well, so how could he simply keep her with him? Baizhua laughed gently. "If that's the case, I can do you a favor." After saying so, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Boya. Boya was taken aback and instinctively attempted to retreat, but she was no match for Baizhua despite her strength. Baizhua's big hand was directly inserted into Boya's head, but no blood gushed out of it. Baizhua then pulled his hand out after a while. Boya's body went stiff before it shivered, as if she had suffered some severe damage, gasping for air with a horrified face. At this moment, Baizhua had caught hold of something like a twisted and erratic cloud in his hand. He then took out something like a puppet with another hand and placed it in front of his chest. Followed by some chanting and a hand seal, he threw the cloud into the puppet and then applied several seals. After that, he tossed the puppet to Xianxia with a smile. "Now you can rest assured using her." On the other side, Boya's face turned pale as she retreated a few steps back. Looking at the puppet in Xianxia's hand in horror, "Soul puppet!" Baizhua smiled at her. "Since you recognize this thing, You should behave yourself in the future. Boya was immediately distressed. Sir Baizhua, how can you do this to me? When did Boya offend you? Baizhua replied curiously, isn't this king helping you achieve your wish? You should be grateful. Boya was so infuriated that her teeth rattled, but she dared not rebuke. Yang Kai pinched the doll as he questioned, what's the use of this thing? Baizhua beamed lightly. To control her life and death. With this thing, she won't betray you. Really? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Not at all. Boya yelled and attempted to snatch the puppet. Give it to me and I'll leave now. Of course, Yang Kai would not let her get what she wanted and turned aside to avoid her snatch. He then gently flicked the puppet's forehead, and in the next moment, a thump was heard, followed by Boya's scream. She seemed to have been hit hard and spun several times in the air before she stabilized her body. When she finally came to a stop, a feeling of dizziness struck her. She covered her forehead with her hands and looked at Yang Kai with a depressed face. A red mark could be seen on her forehead, as if she had been punched. She regretted it. Initially, she just wanted to pass through the territory gate with Yang Kai's help, and then she would flee far away and never return to Enchantment Continent again. However, she did not expect Baizhua to make a move without any warning and seal her soul brand into a soul puppet. From now on, she would not be free anymore. On the other hand, Yang Kai became interested. He pulled the arm of the puppet upwards, and Boya could not help lifting her arm. When he poked the puppet, Boya immediately fell back in a stagger. Everything that he did to the puppet would be reflected on Boya. In other words, if the puppet was destroyed, perhaps Boya would die without a chance for burial. Yang Kai grinned. He did not have to worry about anything if he had this thing. He then turned to Baizhua and asked, do you still have more of these things? Give me some if you do. Baizhua returned with a smile. It's not easy to refine this thing, and it needs the corresponding secret technique to use. Even if I give you another, what's the use of it if you don't know how to use it? Yang Kai grinned. Then just teach me that secret technique. Baizhua shook his finger at Yang Kai. Be contented. He was obviously unwilling to teach Yang Kai the secret technique. Seeing this, Yang Kai could only give up on that thought. He put the soul puppet into his space ring and then looked up at Boya with great interest. To be honest, aside from her character, Yang Kai truly admired her outstanding ability, for he had witnessed it when he teamed up with her yesterday. Now, with the restriction of the soul puppet, it would be harmless for him to take her around. Therefore, he announced firmly, since you have come under me, you should obey my orders in the future. You will be rewarded if you have meritorious deeds and will be punished if you make mistakes. If you dare to have any thoughts of betrayal, you will die. The corner of Boya's mouth twitched. She lowered her head. Can I say no? Yang Kai replied, it's up to you. If you are unwilling to, I'll give you the soul puppet now, and we'll have nothing to do with each other. Boya looked at him dumbfounded, as if she did not seemingly expect that he would be so easily convinced. Even Baizhua was a little surprised. Although Boya's reputation was not good by any means, her strength was recognized by everyone. Many half-saints wanted to recruit her, but she did not want to be constrained by others in her early years. Later on, her reputation grew worse, so now no one wanted to recruit her anymore. Unexpectedly, though, when she came to Yang Kai, she was treated as an existence that could be abandoned, which discouraged Boya. However, she was quite interested in Yang Kai's suggestion. She hesitated for a while, but after looking at the crowd from the blood arena, she rubbed her hair ruthlessly, finally declaring with a resolute face, I can work for you, as long as you don't do anything strange to me. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth curved. You think too much. Boya turned her head away while cupping her fists. May I know where Sir is going? Boya is willing to open the way ahead. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Cloud Shadow Continent. Boya accepted the task. As soon as she turned around, she took a deep breath, held her 5 fingers together, and a sharp arrow appeared at her fingertips. Without showing her movement, the bowstring of the great bow in her hand had been pulled and the arrow had been knocked. Everything was performed smoothly and swiftly. The arrow turned into a stream of light and was released towards a spot a dozen kilometers away. Bouya guffawed wildly. Eat this lady's arrow, you bunch of dogs. More than 10 kilometers away, the faces of the demon kings turned pale one after another as they hurriedly dodged the arrow. With a bang, the color of the entire world seemed to change. When everything returned to its initial state, the group of demon kings retreated another dozen kilometers away. Bouya ignored those guys and led the way ahead arrogantly. The demon kings in the distance watched her leave with dark faces, but none dared to come forward to confront her. They dared not be presumptuous in the presence of Baizhua, even knowing that if they missed this opportunity today, it would be impossible to trap Bouya again in the future. After a while, a territory gate appeared in the sky ahead, leading to an adjacent continent. As Bouya mentioned, there were masters guarding the territory gate, and they were obviously people from the blood arena. However, Bouya did not approach immediately and instead watched from a distance, waiting for the arrival of Xianxia and the others. Once they regrouped, Baizhua led the way through the territory gate, and the masters standing guard there could not do anything but sigh. One needed to pass through 5 territory gates and 4 different continents in order to travel from Enchantment Continent to Cloud Shadow Continent. But after the initial incident with Bouya, everything went smoothly. They took only half a day to arrive at Cloud Shadow Continent. After passing through the last territory gate, Xianxia looked around and frowned. He found that the territory gate here was indeed unstable, just as Baizhua stated before. A normal territory gate would stand firm and remain unchanged for tens of thousands of years, but the territory gate of Cloud Shadow Continent was now fluctuating slightly from time to time, like a bubble that was warping and might collapse at any time. According to Xianxia's prediction, within 100 years, the territory gate here would collapse. By that time, Cloud Shadow Continent may be completely isolated and lose contact with the demon realm. Moreover, the territory gate would be more and more unsafe with the passage of time. Perhaps one would accidentally be exiled to the void when passing through it. The territory gate was similar to a void corridor, and this unstable territory gate was undoubtedly of great benefit to Xianxia, because he could use it to study the Tao of space. But obviously, now was not the right time. Now that he had come to Cloud Shadow Continent, he needed to meet the masters in this place. After all, he might still have to work with these people in the future. Looking down from a high altitude, Cloud Shadow Continent covered a large area, and its border could not be seen at a glance. From the map that Xianxia obtained yesterday, he learnt that among the continents in the demon realm, the size of Cloud Shadow Continent was above average, but because of the problem with the territory gates, this place's strength wasn't great. There were only 10 high-rank demon kings guarding this continent, while demon kings beneath high rank were not more than 300. This couldn't be helped though, as no one knew when the final territory gate of this continent would disappear. Once the gate disappeared, Cloud Shadow Continent would be completely cut off from the outside world, trapping everyone here and dooming them. Therefore, some masters who had connections or were worried about the dangers of this continent had long left and gone to work in other places. What remained here was either those who had other plans, or had no better way out. In addition, with the war with the star boundary raging, many demon troops were transferred out of Cloud Shadow Continent, leaving only 4 high-rank demon kings behind and less than 100 other demon kings. This information was revealed casually by Baizhua during their conversation. There was a huge city at the center of Cloud Shadow Continent. The buildings in the city were well arranged in rows, with millions of demons living within its perimeter. Cloud Shadow City was not only the most prosperous place on Cloud Shadow Continent, but also the hub of the whole Cloud Shadow Continent. Clearly having received advanced notification, there were more than 30 demon kings waiting when the tiger head chariot passed through the clouds and landed in front of a huge building in the middle of the city. 3 people were standing in front while the rest stood behind. After Baizhua and the others got off the war chariot, they cupped their fists. "Greetings, sir." Baizhua nodded faintly, swept his eyes across them, then raised his brow slightly as he asked, "Why are there only 3 of you? Where is Lai Kuang?" There were supposed to be 4 high-rank demon kings in Cloud Shadow Continent, but only 3 of them were here, and the last guy named Lai Kuang was missing. The high-rank demon kings in the middle immediately replied. Lai Kuang reported that there was some matter that delayed his journey, and it will take some time for him to get here. Baizhua remained nonchalant. When he was asking the question, Yang Kai observed the 3 high-rank demon kings, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was a shadow demon and her figure was erratic with her face covered by black chi. The high-rank demon king who spoke was a little elderly and showed signs of decline in vitality. As for the last one, he was a tall, pale, middle-aged man, who seemed to be malnourished and a little emaciated. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth curved, showing a faint smile. Yu Rumeng gave him the task to prevent the collapse of the territory gate in Cloud Shadow Continent. However, while he was here, Cloud Shadow Continent would be his territory. Everyone here had to listen to his orders. In other words, these demon kings were all his subordinates now. Yang Kai did not really care about this task, but he wondered if he could somehow use it to his advantage. It would be best if he could stir up a big mess among the demons. Even if that was impossible, he should at least create a distraction for the demon race on this side to reduce their momentum in the war. Baizhua introduced the names and responsibilities of the 3 high-rank demon kings to Yang Kai one by one, and Yang Kai just memorized them casually. Among these 3 demon kings, the old demon king was the one who had been guarding Cloud Shadow City, while the other 2 actually came from the other places far away. They all had their own territories to guard, and it was the same for Lai Kuang, who had not revealed himself. After introductions were finished, Baizhua waved his hand. "Let's talk inside." Everyone agreed. The crowd followed Baizhua into a magnificent hall where 16 pillars so thick it would take several people to wrap around them stood, carved with remarkable-looking dragons and phoenixes. More than 30 demon kings lined up in several rows below while Yang Kai flicked his robe and sat at the head of the hall, glancing around casually. Boya stood 10 meters in front and to his left with a valiant and heroic demeanor like a loyal guard, while Xiao Wu and Li Shiqing stood on the left and right behind him. The demon kings were dumbstruck by the scene and all of them turned to look at Baizhua, before looking back at Yang Kai. Given that Baizhua was here, how could Yang Kai be so daring to take this seat without showing any courtesy? But at the same time, Baizhua did not look mad at all, which made them even more confused. Baizhua beamed lightly. "Holy Venerable has an edict. She has appointed Yang Kai as Great King, and he will be in charge of all matters of Cloud Shadow Continent. All of you need to make great efforts to cooperate with him and demonstrate your loyalty to your duties. Those who dare act negligent will die." As soon as he announced this, all the demon kings became unsettled. They looked up at Baizhua incredulously one after another, to confirm whether they had heard wrong. The female high-rank shadow demon king even trembled violently, and it was obvious that she was greatly impacted by the news. Although Baizhua introduced Yang Kai in a friendly tone and let them know that this unknown man was special, they never thought it would be to such an extent. There had never been any great king in the demon realm before. Therefore, the demon kings had no clue about the meaning of this title, but by the look of the Holy Venerable's edict and Baijua's attitude, not to mention Yang Kai's strength, he should at least have a status equivalent to a half-saint. Who the hell is this guy? Why does Holy Venerable value him so much and entrust the authority of Cloud Shadow Continent to him? But since this message was conveyed by Baizhua personally, it should not be wrong. After a little hesitation, the 3 high-rank demon kings bowed together and saluted. "Subordinate greets Great King." The other demon kings behind them imitated them. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched at being addressed as Great King, for he somehow felt like he had become some kind of bandit king. The title sounded pathetic, but he did not bother to correct them and simply waved his hand. "There's no need for such ceremony. In the future, this king will be relying on you all in Cloud Shadow Continent. I hope we can cooperate with each other wholeheartedly." The old demon king in the middle responded, "We shall not disappoint Great King's trust." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Baizhua remarked as he looked at Yang Kai, "Since it's done, I'll take my leave now. If you have any problems, you can contact Holy Venerable directly." Yang Kai straightened up. "It has been a tiring journey. Doesn't Brother Bai want to rest for a few days before leaving?" Baizhua smiled and shook his head. No need. For him, a half-day's journey was nothing. Given that the Two Worlds War was currently in full swing, he did not have time to linger here. Although he would not return to the star boundary for some time, he still had tasks in the following days. such as mobilizing reinforcements from various continents to support the front line. The dialogue between the two reached the ears of the demon kings, which further confirmed their guess. The new great king was really comparable in status to a half-saint. Otherwise, how could he be brothers with Baizhua? All of them turned solemn, secretly worrying that they would soon be very busy. Have a safe trip, brother Bai. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Baizhua turned around and left. When he reached the gate, he suddenly turned back and grinned at Yang Kai. Oh right. I forgot to tell you that the Blue Plains continent that connects to Cloud Shadow continent is Xianxia's territory. After that, he winked at Yang Kai, and then turned into a stream of light that soared straight into the sky. Yang Kai knit his brow as he stared off into the distance, as if deep in thought. Baizhua was clearly trying to warn Yang Kai to watch out for the activity of Blue Plains continent before he left. But Yang Kai wasn't worried since Yu Sang had been transferred to the front lines of the war by Yu Rumeng. Even if Blue Plains continent really came looking for trouble, Yang Kai would definitely make sure that they paid for it with their lives. With a light sneer, Yang Kai put aside such thoughts and saw that the demon kings below were staring at him. He coughed lightly and declared, "By the order of Holy Venerable, this king is here to maintain the territory gate of Cloud Shadow continent and to protect Cloud Shadow continent. This matter is very important and no carelessness will be tolerated. So do your best to cooperate with me in the future." Maintain the territory gate? The demon kings were shocked. They finally knew the reason the Holy Venerable sent Yang Kai here. This was great news to them, for these people had no ability and no chance to leave Cloud Shadow continent. Once the territory gate vanished, they would be buried along with Cloud Shadow continent. They initially thought that there was no hope for the future, but now they suddenly caught a glimpse of light in that endless darkness. The old demon king was exhilarated and asked, "Is Great King being serious?" The other two high-rank demon kings also looked at Yang Kai with scorching eyes that were filled with expectation. Yang Kai could not hold his laughter and nodded. "Of course, there is no reason for this king to lie to you," the female shadow demon pressed on. "If Great King can really maintain the last territory gate, it would be a great grace to the whole continent. This subordinate will follow Sir through fire and water without hesitation." The voice of the female demon king was surprisingly pleasant and refreshing to the ears. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement as he did not expect she would have such a big reaction to his words. Thinking about what Baizhua told him before though, he somewhat understood this woman's thought. Keeping Cloud Shadow continent connected was equivalent to saving their lives and futures. How could they not pay attention to it? However, the pale middle-aged demon king frowned and spoke. "Great King, please forgive this subordinate for asking, but in order to maintain the territory gate, one must be proficient in the Tao of space, but as far as this subordinate knows, no one in our demon realm possesses such capabilities. How can Great King be so confident?" Yang Kai smiled and replied faintly, "Indeed, no one in your demon realm is proficient in the Tao of space, but that doesn't mean this king is not. I forgot to mention this to you all, but this king is human." As he finished his sentence, he stretched out his hand and slammed at the space in front of him. 10 meters away, a dark black crack instantly appeared, one that emitted a fierce suction that seemed capable of devouring the whole world. The black hole persisted for 10 breaths before it disappeared with a slight grip of Yang Kai's hand. However, at this moment, the demon kings were still shocked to their core. For one, this newcomer Great King was truly proficient in the Tao of space. He was able to shatter space with just a simple wave of his hand, creating a black hole that led to the chaotic void. This demonstrated his profound control of space principles. On top of that, this Great King was actually a human. With the Great War still raging, why did Holy Venerable appoint a human as Great King and put him in charge of Cloud Shadow continent? Yang Kai noticed their expressions and sneered slightly. Although this king is a human, he has already become enemies with the star boundary. There's no place for this king there. Holy Venerable personally recruited me to the demon realm, so you need not worry about where my loyalties lie. The reason why he revealed his origin so readily was that he could not hide it. After all, he would have to stay here in the future, and as long as he used his strength even slightly, his identity as a human would definitely be exposed. Instead of creating suspicion and vigilance in the future, it was best to just be frank in the beginning. Without giving these guys a chance to speak again, Yang Kai spoke sharply, "Boya!" Boya froze for a moment, but quickly reacted, turned around, taking 2 steps forward, and cupping her fists. "Yes, great king." Yang Kai looked at her solemnly. "I shall appoint you as Cloud Shadow City's vice commander to assist Lao Ku in managing the affairs within the city. Cooperate fully with him." Bo Ya's beautiful eyes flashed, and quickly replied, "As you command." Lao Ku was the old demon king, who was the commander of Cloud Shadow City before Yang Kai arrived. This city was the hub of the entire continent and played an important role in all functions. Before this, Lao Ku alone could make all the calls, but now there was Boya, an extra vice commander. Boya was not a fool either. She knew Yang Kai appointed her as vice commander to intervene in the matters in Cloud Shadow City. After all, controlling this place was equivalent to controlling everything in Cloud Shadow Continent. It would make it very convenient to execute any plans he had in the future only after establishing a firm foothold. Lao Ku and the others were his subordinates, but in name only. Even if the order was from Yu Rumeng, it was still not as convenient as having someone truly loyal to him in place. Yang Kai did not have a choice either, as he had no better option. Boya was the only choice. Fortunately, with the restriction of the soul puppet, Boya would not betray him. If Boya could really gain a foothold in Cloud Shadow City, it would definitely benefit Yang Kai in the future. The 3 high-rank demon kings frowned at this arrangement. Lao Ku was old and was in the waning years of his life, but he was actually the fastest to recover his composure, while it was clear that the female shadow demon and the other high-rank demon king looked worried, fearing that Yang Kai would also intervene in their turf. If this was the case, they would be very unwilling. Fortunately, Yang Kai had no intention of doing so, and only gave a few words of encouragement to Lao Ku, such as asking him to help Boya adjust, so that she would become familiar with Cloud Shadow City as soon as possible. Lao Ku responded respectfully, but who knew if he was feeling the same way on the inside or not. Since he had only just arrived here, Yang Kai had nothing much to say, so he simply led Xiao Wu and Li Shiqing into the inner hall, leaving Boya alone to discuss the day-to-day matters with Lao Ku. The best room was prepared here for him, and there were wing rooms on the left and right sides, which he assigned to Xiao Wu and Li Shiqing. After ordering Xiao Wu to get someone to fetch a detailed map of the entire Cloud Shadow Continent and a record of the forces under each Demon King, Yang Kai secluded himself in his room and began his investigation. Since Yu Rumeng had given him this opportunity, he naturally had to make good use of it. He would try his best to maintain the territory gate, though it did not matter to him even if he failed. Yang Kai was more interested in seizing control of Cloud Shadow Continent. At that time, whether it was for self-protection or to silently ambush the demon race, he would need to utilize the power here. After 2 days of research, Yang Kai figured out the general condition of Cloud Shadow Continent. Just when he was putting down the various objects of study, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai raised his hand to open the door, and Boya walked in. At this moment, the woman had lost all the respect she showed before, and her tone became much more casual. She scanned him up and down with a smile before quipping, "Should I call you sir or great king? It's up to you." Yang Kai glanced at her and asked lightly, "What's the matter?" Boya said, "I'm here to report to you some of the information I learned over the past 2 days. Do you want to hear it? If you don't want to, I'll leave." Yang Kai chuckled and squinted at her, saying, "It seems that you don't understand your situation." While talking, he took out the soul puppet from the space ring, flexing his fingers in a playful gesture. Boya could not help backing up a few steps, her beautiful face turning pale as she immediately covered her forehead with her hands and yelled, "Don't be impulsive. Let's be civilized about this. I'm very calm right now. As for whether I am impulsive, that will depend on how you perform." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Boya snorted and spat disdainfully. Cloud Shadow Continent has 4 high-rank demon kings. The 3 you met are fine, but I'm afraid you need to be more careful with Lai Kuang. "Why do you say so?" Yang Kai frowned. Boya answered, "Have you not realized that Lai Kuang has still not come to greet you? 2 days have passed. Kusen's and He Yin's territories aren't nearby. They managed to rush here 2 days ago, while Lai Kuang has not shown himself even today. Kusan was the pale middle-aged demon king, while the female shadow demon was the one with the peculiar name Hien. These three, together with the Cloud Shadow City commander Lao Ku, were the only 4 remaining high-rank demon kings on Cloud Shadow Continent. Yang Kai did not notice anything until Boya mentioned this, but now that he thought about it, there indeed was something abnormal with Lai Kuang. Yang Kai had been named the Great King and was put in charge of Cloud Shadow Continent, so by right, Lai Kuang should have rushed over to at least show his face to his new boss, but Lai Kuang still had not shown up. The other day, Lao Ku said that Lai Kuang had sent them a message that he was going to be delayed, but no matter what it was impossible for him to be delayed for 2 days. What could have delayed a high-rank demon king in this Cloud Shadow Continent for so long? Is he trying to challenge my authority because I'm new here? Yang Kai raised his brow. Boya sneered. Seem like you're not stupid. The corner of her mouth twitched when Yang Kai raised the soul puppet again though, and she hurriedly continued. I've asked around. Before you came, these 4 high-rank demon kings held complete authority over their own territories with absolutely no restriction. You suddenly came here to become their great king though, and from now on, they will have to listen to your orders. I'm afraid that none of them are happy with the situation. If you were really a half-saint it would be fine, but your cultivation is only equivalent to a mid-rank demon king. How can they allow you to command them? Yang Kai pondered. That makes sense. What else did you find out? Boya continued. As I said before, Lao Ku is old and frail. Although he's a high-rank demon king, there's no need to fear him. He has been cooperating with me these few days and I now have almost half the power over Cloud Shadow City. Hien and Kusan probably intend to test out your capability. After all, although they are looking forward to you stabilizing the territory gate and keeping Cloud Shadow content connected with the rest of the demon realm, they don't know what your skills are. Naturally, they wouldn't trust you too much, but they won't be causing you any trouble for now. The 2 of them can be ignored for the time being. As for Lai Kuang, you have to be careful about him. I heard that his strength is also the greatest of the 4, and he is just 1 step from being promoted to half-saint. He is also on good terms with Blue Plains continent. By the way, his territory is where the territory gate is. Yang Kai looked thoughtful. How convenient. Cloud Shadow continent only had 1 territory gate, which was connected to Blue Plains continent. Since Lai Kuang's territory was where the territory gate was, it was indeed convenient for Blue Plains continent. Boya seemed to be indulging in his misfortune as she snickered. So if you want to maintain the territory gate, you have to go to Lai Kuang's territory, and if you can't win him over, how can you get his cooperation? Yang Kai looked at her steadily, making Boya feel uncomfortable. What are you looking at? I warn you, don't even think of doing anything strange to me. Not even a single thought. Otherwise, don't blame me if we have a fallout. She crossed her arms on her chest defensively as she spoke. Yang Kai laughed lightly. I just thought you were pretty capable. 2 days ago, he named Boya vice commander of Cloud Shadow City. Yang Kai originally intended to use that as a message to the demon kings that he had the final say on everything here, but he did not expect Boya to be able to help him with anything. Who would have thought that Boya could actually gather so much information in just 2 days, and also take charge of half of Cloud Shadow City's power? Hearing this, Boya smiled complacently. Feather demons are not only good at shooting, we are also good at gathering information. Yang Kai crossed his arms, rested his chin on his hand, and gazed at her with scorching eyes, remarking, If this is the case, you must know where Lai Kuang is now. Boya did not say a word but just pointed at her feet. Brow raised, Yang Kai asked, He's in the city? Boya nodded and replied, He entered the city a day ago, but he's in his own mansion now. Very good. A sneer crept onto Yang Kai's face as he ordered, Go. Summon Lao Ku and the others over. Boya could not help having a bad feeling as she frowned. What are you going to do? Yang Kai stood up and turned to look out the window. Naturally, I'm going to demonstrate my authority. One must whip a disobedient dog lest others begin to underestimate him. Boya gaped at him and objected. Are you crazy? If you fight Lai Kuang at this time, Lao Ku and the rest won't help you. I don't expect them to help me. Boya pointed at herself and asked incredulously, "Don't tell me you want to depend on me? This is not the blood arena. I can't help you too much. And Lai Kuang is not alone. He brought a lot of demon kings into the city this time with him. She would not be afraid if Lai Kuang was alone. As long as Yang Kai could pin down the opponent, her shooting skills would be enough to make Lai Kuang suffer. However, according to the information she obtained, Lai Kuang brought almost all of the demon kings loyal to him into the city this time. He was clearly prepared. That's even better. Yang Kai gave her a faint look. Boya shuddered and was about to open her mouth to persuade again. But she saw the impatience in Yang Kai's eyes, and knowing that she would probably be punished if she raised any more objections, she finally voiced out in a resigned tone. "Since you insist on doing this, I will just obey it. If something happens, don't blame me for not warning you." On the field of the city hall, more than 40 demon kings assembled, led by Lao Ku, Kusan, and Hien, standing at attention and facing forward. Behind these demon kings, there were thousands of demon great generals of varying strengths, as well as tens of thousands of demon generals. Although there was a large number of people, the field was dead silent, and the atmosphere was heavy and tense. The three high-rank demon kings exchanged doubtful looks. They had no idea why the great king summoned them here this time, but they all had a premonition that something serious was about to happen. Yang Kai stood in front of the demon kings and swept his eyes across them lightly before he spoke. "This king has only been here for 2 days, but my hallowed treasure has been stolen. It proves the incompetence of the security of Cloud Shadow City. This king is truly disappointed." Lao Ku, who was standing in the center of the front row, had his brow jump when he heard this speech. He was the commander of Cloud Shadow City, who was in charge of everything in the city. If something had really been stolen from Yang Kai, he would not be able to avoid responsibility. Moreover, given that Yang Kai was making a big scene out of this, it seemed that the lost object was truly valuable. Lao Ku suddenly felt a little uneasy, and he was afraid that he would face disaster if he could not handle things well today. He immediately stepped out from the line and asked, "Great King, may I ask what exactly it was you lost and when it disappeared?" This subordinate is willing to lead the team personally to investigate this matter and give Great King a satisfactory response. Yang Kai raised his hand. "That won't be necessary. Vice Commander has already discovered the whereabouts of the thief. But this thief is powerful and has much manpower at his disposal. Today, the reason this king summoned you is to catch the thief and restore the reputation of our Cloud Shadow City." When Lao Ku heard the speech, he could not help glancing at Boya. The woman's head was hung low, her eyes pointed at her nose, while her nose pointed at her heart. The uneasiness in Lao Ku's heart only grew more and more intense seeing this. He knew that the new vice commander was trying every means to fight for power with him these 2 days, but he was not as ambitious as he was in his younger years. In addition, Boya's actions had all been within a reasonable limit, so he had just allowed her to do as she pleased. However, he only shared half of his authority with her, and the other half was still firmly held in his own hands. Even if he had lost his ambition, it did not mean that he did not have the intention to protect himself. However, when did this vice commander inquire about this kind of news? How come he had not heard anything about it? Not only did Lao Ku have doubts in his mind, but even Boya was secretly cursing Yang Kai's mother. She certainly knew what Yang Kai was up to. Capturing the hallowed treasure thief was indeed a good excuse. But even though there were many people and masters here, could they really be of any help to him? She suddenly found that Yang Kai was too naive. He really thought that he could do anything with the little bit of authority given to him, and she was afraid that he might suffer a great loss if he did not handle the matter well tonight. She secretly made up her mind that if the situation really turned bad, she would not care for Yang Kai's life at all. She would find a chance to snatch the soul puppet and then run away from here. On the other hand, Yang Kai simply continued, "This king will lead this operation personally and expects all of you to obey his orders. Where is the vice commander?" The corner of Boya's mouth twitched, but she still stepped out of the line and answered, "Subordinate is here. Watch over them carefully. If anyone dares to disobey orders or disrespect this king, execute them on the spot." Yang Kai scanned his eyes across the demons in front of him coldly. Yes. Boya had no option but to accept the order. Very good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction and waved his big hand. Depart! When the words fell, he was the first one to soar into the sky, with Boya following closely behind. The three high-rank demon kings exchanged looks, then hurriedly ordered their men to keep up with them. For a time, tens of thousands of figures filled the sky over the city hall. Although it was late, Cloud Shadow City was still noisy and lively, so with the cover of night, this large group of people was able to depart without anyone being the wiser. At the front, Yang Kai looked indifferent and calm, but Boya was clearly uneasy. Her eyes drifted from side to side, as if she were looking for a way to retreat later. Behind them, the three high-rank demon kings quietly released their divine senses, obviously communicating with each other about something. Yang Kai noticed it, but he did not bother to stop them. By the look of it, these three were trying to figure out his intentions, but he believed that they would understand soon enough. And facts proved Yang Kai correct. Not long after, He-In suddenly sent a divine sense transmission. Is the Great King actually planning to deal with Lai Kuang? Both Lao Ku and Kusan were taken aback before they turned to look at her together, and Kusan asked, "Did you notice something?" Yang Kai's so-called mission to capture the thief who stole his hallowed treasure was definitely a cover. They were not fools, so how could they not see at least that much? Given that such treasures were usually stored in one space ring, how could it be stolen for no reason? Previously, Lao Ku and the others thought that Yang Kai was making up some story to pressure or punish them. But now, they knew that it was not the case. Nevertheless, he definitely was up to something for making such a scene. He sneered. "Don't tell me that you didn't know about Lai Kuang entering the city yesterday." Lai Kuang did not hide when he entered the city. Rather, he came in swaggeringly and even contacted the three of them to inquire about the so-called Great King. As such, how could they not know about his presence? Then, He pointed to the front. Lai Kuang's residence is up ahead. When she mentioned this, both the faces of Kusan and Lao Ku turned solemn. They suddenly believed that the Great King was truly going to find trouble with Lai Kuang. Otherwise, why would he use his stolen hallowed treasure as an excuse to act like this in the middle of the night? Kusan frowned. If so, what should we do? In principle, they had to obey Yang Kai's orders, but they were not close to this Great King yet, nor were they convinced of his strength or leadership yet. If Yang Kai asked them to fight it out with Lai Kuang, they would surely be unwilling to act. Lai Kuang was indeed unruly and disrespectful, but he was strong. If he was cornered, he could bring at least one of the three of them down with him, and none of them was willing to be a sacrifice. He frowned, feeling like Yang Kai had given them a big problem. At the same time, she was extremely infuriated too, because this guy thought that he could just do whatever he wanted with the support of the Holy Venerable. It seemed he was nothing more than an arrogant fool. Although the Holy Venerable appointed him as Great King and gave him control of Cloud Shadow Continent, who would be willing to obey a person who had insufficient strength? Furthermore, the territory gate of Cloud Shadow Continent was about to disappear, and the whole continent would be completely isolated within 100 years. The ones residing here were the kind of people that were not favored by the higher-ups, so death was just waiting for them. If Yang Kai really tried to force Lai Kuang's hand, he would be the one who would suffer losses. After pondering for a while, He spoke again. Let's observe the situation first. No matter what, she would not raise her hand against Lai Kuang. Although Yang Kai had given her some hope when he first introduced himself, that hope was so faint that it was not enough for her to risk her life working for him. She hoped that the matter tonight would end peacefully. However, if things got out of control, she would not stand on Yang Kai's side. At most, she would just betray Cloud Shadow Continent and take refuge under a different Holy Venerable. A high-rank demon king would be accepted anywhere, though she might need to bear the name of a traitor and would certainly have a harder time in the future. Kusan and Lao Ku obviously had the same idea and agreed with her with a nod. While the three were secretly communicating, their group arrived above a huge mansion. Yang Kai, who was the leader, suddenly stopped, looked down at the bright lights below, and the corners of his mouth curved into a bantering smile. Lao Ku. And the other two looked at each other and realized that it was just as they thought. This great king was really so reckless that he dared to provoke Lai Kuang. Yang Kai pointed below and ordered, "The thief who stole this king's treasure is hidden here. You three, capture him for this king." He darted his gaze to the three high-rank demon kings, but they just looked back at him quietly, not moving an inch to the side. Boya gave herself a facepalm. It was so embarrassing that she dared not to look. Awkwardness filled the air. She could not help feeling utterly ashamed about it. Yang Kai, however, did not seem to sense anything off and just smiled faintly, waving his hand as he bellowed, "Surround this place." Lao Ku and the others frowned at this new order. It was not difficult to carry out this task, but it was just that it was unexpected. They thought that Yang Kai would force them to attack directly, which they were unwilling to do, but if it was just forming a perimeter, they could still cooperate with him. As long as they did not have a direct conflict with Lai Kuang, then it would not count as really offending him. Therefore, after a moment of pondering, Lao Ku nodded at Kusan and He-in and followed the order. Leading more than 40 demon kings, thousands of demon great generals and tens of thousands of demon generals, they immediately spread out and surrounded the mansion below. At the same time, they secretly gave orders to their subordinates not to attack without their explicit command. In the meantime, in the main hall in the middle of the mansion below, lights were bright, cups went gaily round, and the atmosphere was filled with songs and dances. A fierce and slovenly-looking demon king with big arms and a robust chest was sitting at the head of the hall. He was clothed in black, with hair so rumpled he resembled a madman, and he had a woman in both of his arms. At the bottom of the seat, more than 20 demon kings were seated in lines on either side. Their tables were filled with exotic wine and delicacies. In the center of the hall, a group of young women were singing and dancing, and music filled the air. From his seat, Lai Kuang looked down with a smile, looking extremely elated. The two women in his arms were particularly good at flattery and flirting, and they served him wholeheartedly. Suddenly, a demon king got up from the banquet and cupped his fists as he questioned, "Sir, when shall we meet the great king?" As soon as he asked, the noise in the surroundings suddenly quieted down, and all the demon kings stared at the guy who spoke. Lai Kuang, too, shifted his sharp eyes from his women to the speaker. His gaze was piercing cold, causing the demon king's back to be drenched in a cold sweat, thinking, "Did I say something wrong? Isn't Sir here at Cloud Shadow City this time to meet the new great king?" While he was still wondering this, he saw Lai Kuang grab a wine jug in front of him and tossed it at him. Honk! The demon king who spoke had his head smashed back. He could have dodged this blow, but he dared not do so. He did not even dare to use his demon chi to protect his body. Therefore, even though he had a strong physique, his head was bleeding from this impact. The pain in his head was not important, though, as he was more frightened by the reaction of Lai Kuang. Surely he had said something wrong. "Is this your first day following this king?" Lai Kuang looked at him coldly. The demon king was terrified and hurriedly half knelt on the ground with his head bowed. "Sir, please calm your anger. This subordinate knows his mistake." "What is your mistake?" Lai Kuang snorted coldly. Cold sweat was trickling down the demon king's forehead. He knew that Lai Kuang was on the verge of erupting into a rage. If he could not handle it well, he would certainly have to suffer. But if he really knew what his mistake was, he would not have offended Lai Kuang with his words. At this time, he racked his brains, but he still could not think of an answer. Fortunately, someone on the side reminded him, and he hurriedly answered, "It should be that guy who comes to greet Sir, not the other way around." Only then did Lai Kuang's face become a little calmer, shooting a glare at the demon king who spoke first before ignoring him. He definitely would punish him if he was someone else, but this particular subordinate had an accident while cultivating a secret art in his early years, resulting in him being a bit mentally dim. Therefore, it was meaningless to argue with him. Seeing this, the demon king smiled awkwardly before sitting back down. However, as soon the topic was brought up, the other demon kings could not sit still anymore. Someone immediately stated, "Sir, I heard that the so-called great king seems to be weak. Not only is he weak, but he's also a human. They had connections in Cloud Shadow City, and they used those connections to inquire about Xianxia after entering the city yesterday. Since Xianxia admitted in public that he was a human, it was not a secret. However, there was still a person who heard this for the first time, and he immediately exclaimed, "Human? How could it be a human? Is the news confirmed to be true?" "It's true, he's indeed a human. I heard that this guy had committed some kind of crime in the star boundary, was demonified, and fell to the demon path, causing him to be hunted by the great emperors and pseudo-great emperors over there. He seems to have come to the demon realm as a last resort. Somehow, he won the favor of the Holy Venerable and was entrusted with an important task. Is Holy Venerable blind? Our Sir should be the one who takes charge of Cloud Shadow Continent. Why did she send a human over here? It's ridiculous. It would be fine if he was strong enough, but his cultivation is only equivalent to a mid-rank demon king. Alas, Holy Venerable has erred this time. The human race is cunning and treacherous. Who knows what kind of lies and deception he used to persuade Holy Venerable? After all, she is a woman. The group of people started gossiping, all looking like they were defending Lai Kuang against injustice, implying that Yu Rumeng had been deceived somehow. Bastards! Lai Kuang suddenly bellowed, putting a stop to all the conversations of the demon kings below. He looked around with his dignified eyes and growled, "Holy Venerable has her own reasons. How can you speak so casually about her commands? If a single word of this were to spread out, none of you would be able to bear the consequences. It was indeed wrong to speak ill of the Holy Venerable behind her back. If the Holy Venerable learned of this slight, she would definitely punish Lai Kuang heavily, even if she did not kill him." After stating that, he snorted coldly. "I'm still fine with Lao Ku, for he was in charge of guarding Cloud Shadow City and was thus already here, but Kusan and Hien, those two fools, rushing over to greet some human as soon as they received the news, it's shameful to our demon race. However, Lai Kuang, will not put him in my eyes. Does he really think that he can take charge of Cloud Shadow Continent with just an order from Holy Venerable? In his dreams. That's right, we don't need him here in our demon realm. Strength is all that matters here. If he is not capable, how can he sit in that position?" A loud voice echoed from below. Lai Kuang sneered again. "I'm afraid that you all don't know about this. This little brat offended Sir Yu Sang in the Holy City a few days ago. Sir Yu Sang ordered this king to eliminate this person. As long as this task is completed, Sir Yu Sang guaranteed that this king will take charge of Cloud Shadow Continent. After assuming command, with the resources available, it will be possible for this king to break through to the half-saint realm." The demon kings were overjoyed as soon as they heard his statement. They looked up at Lai Kuang and congratulated him. With the trust of Sir Yu Sang, Sir definitely can control Cloud Shadow Continent and be promoted to half-saint in no time. Ha ha ha! Lai Kuang could not help laughing. It seemed that he had seen the scene of his promotion to half-saint already and raised his hand and continued. "It's too early to say this now. We need to finish Sir Yu Sang's task as soon as possible." "Ha!" Before he finished, Lai Kuang suddenly frowned, looked up into the sky, and pounded the table angrily, shouting, "How dare you!" The table was smashed apart and the food and drink splashed everywhere while Lai Kuang soared into the sky. There was a loud explosion as Lai Kuang opened up a hole in the roof of the hall, while the other demon kings present only now noticed something was wrong. There seemed to be a lot of auras outside, surrounding the mansion. Without further ado, more than 20 demon kings flew into the air together, flying out through the newly opened exit. At this moment, tens of thousands of demons were scattered around the mansion in an orderly manner, surrounding a large area. Lai Kuang flew up with a darkened face. He swept his eyes across them, then immediately fixed his gaze on Xianxia, an obvious murderous intent flashing across his cloudy eyes. Shwa shwa shwa. Many figures flew out and appeared behind Lai Kuang. They were all his subordinates. Looking at each other, Xianxia smiled lightly and looked at the high-rank demon king in front of him. He was indeed outstanding, with an intense vitality pulsing from his large body. This Lai Kuang was undoubtedly stronger than Lao Ku and the others. It seemed that Bo Ya's information was right, This guy was only one step away from becoming a half-saint. Lai Kuang, who was opposite Yang Kai, was stunned for a moment. However, after seeing Lao Ku and the others behind Yang Kai, he immediately understood Yang Kai's identity. Is this the human great king? We were still talking about him just now, but I didn't expect to see him so soon, especially not under such circumstances. It seemed that he was aware that Yang Kai was teasing him from his eyes, and he could see that this guy was not simple. He pretended that he did not know anything though, stretched out his hand and pointed at the front, yelling furiously, "Who are you? Report your name." With a faint smile, Yang Kai replied, "This king is the great king who was appointed by Holy Venerable to command Cloud Shadow Continent." "Who are you? Great king? Since when has there been a great king?" Lai Kuang's eyes flashed fiercely as he bared his teeth and grinned. This king has never heard of something so ridiculous. As for me, this king is Lai Kuang. Since the other party did not come with good intentions, the matter today probably would not end peacefully. Lai Kuang planned to take this opportunity to kill this bastard. Even if Holy Venerable investigated later, he could just blame it on Yang Kai for picking a fight with him. Yang Kai tilted his head. Lai Kuang? Oh, I remember. This king has a subordinate named Lai Kuang, but I haven't seen him yet. How can you prove that you are him? Lai Kuang sneered. What proof do you want? The group of demon kings behind him burst into laughter, with a hint of mockery in their eyes. They thought, is this human out of his mind? Why did he actually ask Sir to prove his identity? Isn't his high-rank demon king cultivation the best evidence? Or is this human just giving himself a way out? Yang Kai nodded. It seems that you have no proof. Then he suddenly bellowed, Vice Commander! Boya really wanted to just ignore Yang Kai as she knew that things were going from bad to worse as soon as Lai Kuang came out. This guy was stronger than any demon king she had seen before. Moreover, it was said that he was a stone demon with incredible innate defense. Her archery might not be strong enough to stop him. But Yang Kai yelled so loudly that she could not turn a deaf ear, for the soul puppet was still in the bastard's hands, so she immediately braced herself and responded, Yes, sir. Take a closer look at this savage. Is he the one who stole this king's treasure? Yang Kai pointed at Lai Kuang. Lai Kuang could not help frowning. Who stole your treasure? What the hell is this about? Boya did not even look at Lai Kuang, and she just followed up Yang Kai's sentence. He does look like him. A bit. She did not dare to answer too clearly, so that she would not gain hatred from Lai Kuang because of this. So it's you? Yang Kai nodded before charging toward Lai Kuang like a ghost right after he finished speaking. Lai Kuang was taken aback. He did not notice how Yang Kai moved at all, and suddenly their faces were about to crash into each other. Acting on instinct, he surged his demon chi and his body instantly took on a stone luster. There was no doubt that he was a stone demon now, born with thick skin and tough flesh. At the same time, Lai Kuang swung a fierce punch forward. Since the other party acted first, he would not return with a weak response. In any case, he was going to kill this person tonight, so he showed no mercy when he punched. However, as soon as he made a move, he suddenly saw a golden vertical pupil appear in Yang Kai's left eye. The vertical pupil radiated a strange power, which almost sent him into a trance. But that was all. Lai Kuang was a peak high-rank demon king, and his soul was naturally quite powerful. Therefore, even the demon eye of annihilation could not affect him too greatly. Nevertheless, what Yang Kai wanted was just this short moment. The soul-splitting saber was used once not long ago, so Yang Kai had not condensed enough power to use his heaven-severing slash again. Instead, he executed his blossoming lotus secret technique. For a moment, Lai Kuang's vision was covered by a budding lotus, blinding him to everything else. The lotus rooted strangely in his mind, and absorbed his spiritual energy crazily as the petals bloomed gently. Unimaginable pain struck Lai Kuang, and he could not help letting out a pained grunt. At the same time, his fist hit Yang Kai's left shoulder. Everyone was stunned. Even Lao Ku, Kusan, Hien, and Boya were all dumbstruck and did not regain their senses until this moment. They initially thought that Yang Kai wanted to borrow the strength of the tens of thousands of troops under them to deal with Lai Kuang. So all of them had secretly been making their own plans, but how could they have anticipated that Yang Kai had no such intentions at all and would start a fight with Lai Kuang all on his own without hesitation? Does he not know how to write the word death? Even though Lai Kuang was a stone demon and his strength was inferior to a strength demon, could a mid-rank demon king take his punch head-on? Seeing that punch hit Yang Kai on the shoulder, everyone's eyes flashed as they subconsciously thought that Yang Kai would die without a doubt. Boya even readied herself to pounce, preparing to snatch Yang Kai's space ring as fast as possible and then flee as far as possible. But what she saw at the next moment made her jaw drop. Lai Kuang's punch indeed hit Yang Kai, but Yang Kai was not blown up or even away. His body only sank slightly as he stubbornly withstood the strength of the fist. Immediately after, Yang Kai opened his mouth, and a deafening dragon roar resounded, sending a visible blast of air towards Lai Kuang in the shape of an awl. Lai Kuang was already tormented by the blossoming lotus secret technique, and was even more stunned when he was hit by the dragon roar secret technique directly. His soul was shaken and dazed while the mid-rank and low-rank demon kings behind him looked horrified, their footing becoming unstable as their formation was instantly disrupted. Taking advantage of this good opportunity, Yang Kai raised his hand and the mountains and rivers bell was summoned, grew rapidly as it spun, and then covered Lai Kuang and himself directly. With a bang, the mountains and rivers bell fell over Yang Kai and Lai Kuang, who both disappeared and were confined together inside. Lao Ku and Kusen were completely dumbfounded. When Lai Kuang's subordinates finally stabilized themselves, frowning at the mountains and rivers bell with strange looks. Judging from this situation, does the human want to fight Sir Lai Kuang alone? Otherwise, why would he use this artifact in such a way? Where does he get such confidence from? Although Lai Kuang was a high-rank demon king, he was only one step away from becoming a half-saint. It could be said that as long as he had the right opportunity and sufficient time, he would definitely break through. Even Lao Ku and the others, all of whom were high-rank demon kings, knew that they were no match for Lai Kuang. But a trivial human equivalent to a mid-rank demon king was recklessly challenging Lai Kuang. Did he court death? The demon kings could predict the following situation. The human would be beheaded by Sir Lai Kuang on the spot. There was absolutely no second possibility. One of the mid-rank demon kings glanced at Lao Ku and the others indifferently and waved his hand. 20-odd subordinates under Lai Kuang immediately swarmed and spread out around the mountains and rivers bell. It was obvious that they did not want Lai Kuang to be disturbed before the battle ended. The faces of Lao Ku and the others darkened slightly. They were not worrying about Yang Kai as there was nothing they could do if Yang Kai wanted to dig his own grave. But the disrespectful attitude of these mid-rank demon kings was annoying. But that was all. They did not take any action. Lao Ku glanced at Kusan and Hien, and could not help but sigh. This was going to be difficult to explain to the Holy Venerable, why the human great king was killed by Lai Kuang only a few days after arrival. Moreover, they were actually more worried about whether Lai Kuang would trouble them later. They were suddenly overwhelmed with worry. Yang Kai had really burdened them this time. Inside the mountains and rivers bell, there was only a space of about 60 meters across. Yang Kai and Lai Kuang stood opposite each other, the former cracking his neck and stretching his muscles and joints, while the latter had fires blazing in his eyes as he glared at Yang Kai furiously. He had fallen into a disadvantage. Although he was not in any life-threatening danger, it was enough to send Lai Kuang to the verge of eruption, so his expression was absolutely hideous. Despite his anger though, Lai Kuang's mind was still clear. He turned his head to look around and spread out his divine sense to feel the surroundings before quickly comprehending his own situation. Understanding this, he could not help but sneer. "Human, you are indeed courageous to act like this." To be honest, what Yang Kai just did was beyond his expectations. Yang Kai replied lightly, "You're quite brave yourself. This king was ordered to take charge of Cloud Shadow Continent. Since you entered the city, why did you not come to greet me immediately? What makes you think you're qualified to be greeted by this king?" Lai Kuang sneered before he cracked his knuckles and shouted, "Do you think you can survive after crossing Sir Yusang? Yang Kai chuckled. Yu Sang has been assigned by Holy Venerable to the front lines of the war. Didn't you know? At that moment, Yang Kai confirmed that Lai Kuang had close connections to Blue Plains continent. And just as Bai Zhua had mentioned before, Blue Plains continent was Yu Sang's territory. Lai Kuang was stunned when he heard these words and his face went blank. Yang Kai sneered. It looks like you really didn't know. Lai Kuang definitely would not react this way if he was not clueless about it. Lai Kuang waved his hand angrily however and growled. Don't talk nonsense. Sir Yu Sang has won the trust of Holy Venerable and is regarded as her right arm. How could Holy Venerable send him to the front lines of the war so suddenly? However, if you are willing to submit to this king, I may spare your life today. I'll return those words to you. Yang Kai looked at him with a grin. This king is a newcomer with a shallow foundation in this place, so I am eager to gather as much force as possible. Your cultivation is passable, so it would be a pity to kill you. If you open your knowledge sea and allow this king to mark you with his soul imprint, you will be saved from death today. Lai Kuang burst out laughing. What shameless boasting! Looking around, he then asked, Are you relying on this artifact? And this artifact indeed is quite good. Although this king hasn't experienced it, I can tell. It may not be easy to break through it, but your mistake is that you shouldn't have confined yourself in here with this king. In this small space, if this king wants to kill you, where can you hide? Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled mockingly. Last chance? Surrender or die? Lai Kuang's face became cold as he exploded. Die! When the voice fell, he pounced at Yang Kai with his demon chi flaring, like an unleashed dog that no one could stop. As if he had not realized the danger at all, Yang Kai just stood still and smiled at Lai Kuang. Lai Kuang frowned, wondering what Yang Kai was up to when he showed no sign of resistance. Lai Kuang instinctually felt something was wrong, but at this moment, the arrow had already flown from the string, so all he could do was go all out with his attack. In the next instant, he saw Yang Kai suddenly raise his hand, and a tall figure strangely appeared in front of him, blocking the way. Before Lai Kuang could see exactly what this figure was, a fist with the size of a door appeared right in front of his face. Lai Kuang felt the force behind this punch before it even came in contact with him, and suddenly had the impression that a mountain was falling towards him. Responding as quickly as lightning, Lai Kuang crossed his arms across his chest, and at the same time hurriedly activated his innate divine ability. The surface of his body glowed in a golden sheen that radiated solidity. There was a bang, and under Lai Kuang's shocked gaze, his whole body was blasted away by a powerful force. The golden light on his body flashed wildly as he slammed into the mountains and river's bell. Every organ in his body shifted violently, roiling his vitality. With great difficulty, Lai Kuang got up, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and looked up in horror. Only then did he see exactly what had punched him. It was a 30-meter-tall stone giant covered in evil fire and sharp spines. A terrifying aura exuded from within the evil fire. Divine spirit. There were also divine spirits in the demon realm, and even half-saints had no choice but to give way before the stronger ones. Although Lai Kuang did not recognize the origin of this divine spirit, he knew that he was not its match. There was severe pain in both of his arms. The enemy's punch had broken his limbs, and even the bones in his chest were broken. If he was not protected by his innate divine ability as a stone demon, that punch alone would have smashed him to paste. What terrifying power! Lai Kuang's brow twitched and his heart filled with anxiety. Rather than being intimidated by the strength displayed by this divine spirit, he was even more at a loss as to how it appeared here. It was obvious that he and Yang Kai were the only ones in here just now, and this space had been thoroughly sealed off by the strange artifact. So where did this divine spirit come from? Just as Lai Kuang's mind was spinning, the embodiment shook his head and mumbled in a rumbling voice, "It's a bit awkward in here." Although the embodiment could change his size easily, he felt quite restricted inside these 60 meters of space. Yang Kai walked out slowly from behind the embodiment with a smile on his face. "Don't complain, just do it." With Yang Kai's current skills, dealing with Lai Kuang was naturally not a problem. But if he really fought on his own, it would cost him some time and effort. His main purpose tonight was to subdue the group of demons in Cloud Shadow Continent, so the faster and more decisively he finished this battle the better. If he was delayed for too long, something unexpected could happen outside. When the embodiment heard these words, he took a big step towards Lai Kuang, while Yang Kai's flickering figure followed after him. Lai Kuang's heart clenched tight, knowing that he could not overcome this challenge today. This would undoubtedly be his burial place if he could not escape. Without any hesitation, Lai Kuang reached out and summoned a 6-meter-long spear into the palm of his hand. Resisting the pain he felt, he roared as he surged his demon chi and hurled it towards the back. That toss contained all the strength Lai Kuang could muster, which was so immense that it could shatter worlds, and a fist-sized pitch-black ball appeared at its tip. As long as he could break this artifact, he could get the support of his subordinates outside, and the situation could be reversed. At worst, he could just escape. This was undoubtedly his only option now. With a bang, the mountains and rivers bell trembled but remained completely unscathed. On the contrary, Lai Kuang was forced back by the shockwave and a sense of disbelief flashed in his eyes. He had greatly underestimated the grade of this artifact. It would not budge even if he attacked with full strength. This was undoubtedly a saint-grade artifact. This human was only comparable to a mid-rank demon king, so how could he possibly deserve such a divine artifact? Even though his life was on the line, Lai Kuang could not help feeling jealous. At that moment, the embodiment suddenly raised his hand and pressed downward. In an instant, an inexplicable force enveloped Lai Kuang, causing him to feel extremely heavy, turning his movements sluggish. Not only that, strands of red aura escaped uncontrollably from his limbs and pores towards the embodiment's hand. What kind of evil secret technique is this? Lai Kuang was shocked, clearly aware that his strength was being absorbed by the opponent, albeit the speed was not very fast. However, given enough time, his foundation would be damaged. He would not even need to consider breaking through again because it would be a great fortune to even be able to retain his high-rank Demon King cultivation. Lai Kuang was horrified and quickly retrieved his long spear. He wanted to forcefully break the embodiment's secret technique. Yang Kai suddenly launched an attack. His hands had turned into dragon claws, with dragon pressure pulsing from his body. Fear filled Lai Kuang's heart as he realized now that he had severely underestimated this human as well. He looked over and saw the phantom image of a great dragon behind Yang Kai, falling into a stupefied daze as Yang Kai's claw broke through his proud defense. In normal times, such an injury could only be regarded as a minor wound, but under the influence of the stone giant's strange secret technique, fresh blood poured out of the claw print like a river. Even though Lai Kuang was quick to react to the situation by instantly sealing the wound with demon chi, his aura had plummeted greatly in that short moment. As the central city of the whole continent, Cloud Shadow City had always been bustling and lively, but tonight, the city was strangely quiet. The news about more than 40 demon kings, thousands of demon great generals, and tens of thousands of demon generals besieging a mansion had spread widely. Many demons had no idea what was happening but had come to watch silently in the dark. However, some demons knew that this was Lai Kuang's mansion and that he had just entered the city a day ago. The question was, why had the city hall sent so many people out to surround this mansion? Were they going to kill Lai Kuang? Since when had Lao Ku been so daring? Or was it the order of the new great king? In any case, there would be an interesting show tonight. Even those weaker demons could feel that the entire Cloud Shadow City was shrouded in an inexplicable atmosphere, and a storm was brewing. The mountains and rivers bell covered a large area inside Lai Kuang's mansion, and while Lao Ku and the others were watching from far away, the 20 or so demon kings under Lai Kuang were frowning, hesitating about what they should do next. It had been almost half a cup of tea's time since the artifact isolated the human and Sir Lai Kuang from them, and none of them had any idea what was going on inside. All they knew was that muffled rumbling sounds were constantly echoing from inside. It was beyond any of their expectations that the human could last so long under Sir Lai Kuang's assault. To them, with Lai Kuang's cultivation, it was obvious that the arrogant human would die quickly and everything would be over. But in fact, the activity inside actually showed the high intensity of the battle. The more than 20 demon kings had lost their initial calmness as a trace of worry surfaced on their faces. Was Sir Lai Kuang having trouble inside? This artifact was owned by the human, but they had not noticed it displaying its power yet. It seemed that the use of the bell was just for isolation. Trying to calm their worries, they firmly believed that it was impossible that Sir Lai Kuang would fail to deal with a mere human. So they continued to wait quietly. In the meantime, inside the mountains and rivers bell, Lai Kuang was running like a stray dog with maddened eyes. But where could he escape within less than 60 meters of space? He never thought that he would fail miserably at such an easy task. He did not put the human in his eyes previously, but when they really began to fight, only then did he realize that Yang Kai's strength was not inferior to his own. With the aid of the divine spirit, Lai Kuang was completely outmatched. His original burly body has shriveled up, as if he was turning into a dried fish. All thanks to the divine spirit, his vitality and strength had been drained enormously. He had no clue what evil skill the divine spirit had cultivated, which allowed it to devour his blood and energy. But with every new wound on his body, a large amount of vitality would flow out to be devoured and refined by the divine spirit. It was fine if it occurred just once or twice, but even Lai Kuang could not bear it when it happened over and over again. At this moment, he felt that his foundation had been severely damaged. His high-rank Demon King cultivation had dropped to mid-rank, and it was impossible to recover from that. His heart was filled with grief and anger. There was no light at the end of the tunnel for him, and all he could see was darkness. Seeing Yang Kai blocking his way and stretching his sharp claws at him again, Lai Kuang hurriedly half-knelt on the ground and shouted, "I surrender. Please forgive me." Lai Kuang is willing to follow and serve Sir with all his heart. He would undoubtedly die if he delayed any longer. At this time, integrity or reputation was not important anymore. Keeping his own life was the top priority. Yang Kai's dragon claw stopped in front of Lai Kuang's neck as he tilted his head slightly, but upon noticing the reluctance in Lai Kuang's eyes, Yang Kai simply grinned. "It's too late to surrender now. What do I still need you for?" Yang Kai was interested in subduing Lai Kuang when he was still at the peak of the high-rank Demon King realm, but now much of Lai Kuang's vitality had been extracted by the embodiment's heaven-devouring battle law, and his strength has dropped sharply. It was impossible for Lai Kuang to recover his peak state now, so it was meaningless to subdue him anymore. He had given Lai Kuang a chance, but he did not know how to cherish it. Now that he was being cornered, Lai Kuang simply wanted to compromise to save himself. There was no deal that good in the world. When the words fell, Yang Kai slashed out. Lights flickered, and the mountains and rivers bell spun and shrank rapidly. All the demons who were watching lit up, and Lai Kuang's 20 subordinates also put on excited faces. Boya's brow jumped as she really did not dare to watch for fear of seeing a scene she did not wish to see. She was still fine with the soul puppet in Yang Kai's hands, because at least Yang Kai did not embarrass her much these past few days, let alone force her to do anything she did not want to do. But if the soul puppet fell into Lai Kuang's hands, Boya was sure that her life in the future would be no better than death. Therefore, although she did not have high hopes, she still secretly prayed that Yang Kai could pull off a miracle and appear before her eyes alive. When the mountains and rivers bell floated up into the air, the space within was finally revealed to everyone's eyes. Lao Ku and the others narrowed their eyes in shock, while Lai Kuang's subordinate demon kings, who were full of expectation, could not believe the scene that they saw. A chill instantly ran down their spines to the bottom of their feet. Boya was stunned too. She wiped her eyes vigorously, as if to confirm whether she was seeing wrongly. Yang Kai survived. Not only was he alive, but there were no injuries on his body at all. He stood there majestically, holding a long spear in his hand, and a shriveled body limply hanging at the spear's tip. The body looked as if it had been dead for countless years. It was so dry that it had lost its original shape, but the face and figure were still recognizable. As for the dark eyes, which were wide open, they clearly showed that this man died with incredible unwillingness and hatred. The long spear was obviously the demon artifact of Lai Kuang. Lai Kuang, is he dead? Feeling as though their hearts were hammered hard, Everyone's emotions were agitated violently, as if they were in a bad dream. How did Lai Kuang die? How did it end like this? Lai Kuang was the most powerful high-rank demon king among the four in Cloud Shadow Continent. He would not be in trouble even if he encountered another high-rank demon king. On the other hand, Yang Kai's cultivation was just equivalent to mid-rank demon king, a second-order emperor realm master according to human race standards. It was completely unreasonable for him to kill Lai Kuang without taking any damage. Is it because of the bell-like artifact? Although the big bell did not seem to release its power earlier, no one knew what kind of strange ability it had. Perhaps Yang Kai could achieve such a victory all thanks to the big bell. What terrified these demons even more was the secret art cultivated by Yang Kai, which was able to turn Lai Kuang into a shriveled-up corpse. They could imagine that Lai Kuang must have suffered extreme torture before he died, as all of his blood and spiritual essence seemed to have been sucked out. This kind of secret art would undoubtedly be called an evil technique by the human race. No wonder this guy was exiled from the star boundary. Given that he cultivated this kind of wicked technique, how could the star boundary allow him to remain? Yang Kai was carrying Lai Kuang's corpse with the spear as he looked around coldly with sharp and searing eyes. Perceiving the vicious aura, the 20 or so demon kings who were gathered closest to him took a few steps back together, terror-stricken. Lai Kuang dared to steal my treasure, damage Cloud Shadow Continent's reputation, disobey direct orders, and offend his superior with evil intentions. This king has executed him, to serve as a warning today. Yang Kai shouted loudly while pushing his Emperor Qi so his voice spread far and wide, allowing all the demons in Cloud Shadow City to hear him clearly. After making this declaration, Yang Kai hurled the spear together with Lai Kuang's corpse and pinned him to the top of the tallest building nearby. The corpse swung with the strong wind, and his wide, unclosing eyes truly terrorized the surrounding demons. Things hadn't ended yet though, as Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at the more than 20 demon kings around him, yelling. Lai Kuang's subordinates showed grave disrespect for their superior and assisted a tyrant to do evil. All of you should be executed for this crime, but this king believes that you were all put under pressure to follow unreasonable orders. As such, you will not be executed for the time being. Your fates will be decided after a thorough investigation is completed. With a wave of his hand, Yang Kai looked at Lao Ku, Kusan, Hien, and the others with a sharp glare. Take them away. If anyone dares to rebel, execute them on the spot. Lao Ku and the others could not help shivering as the mild-mannered impression that Yang Kai gave them when they first met 2 days ago was totally overturned. They thought that this human was a sheep putting up a strong act, but he turned out to be a ravenous wolf. Tonight, he revealed his true colors. With Lai Kuang being an example, Lao Ku and the others naturally didn't dare to neglect Yang Kai's orders. Even Lai Kuang was killed by Yang Kai alone in just the time it would take to boil a cup of tea. So how could they be his opponents? If they really offended him, they definitely would not live well in the future, if they lived at all. So as soon as the order was passed down, Lao Ku and the others immediately waved their hands and ordered, "Begin!" All of a sudden, more than 40 demon kings rushed out together and pounced at Lai Kuang's subordinates. Lai Kuang's subordinates were still in a daze and had not recovered from the shock of their leader's death. So when they heard Yang Kai's ferocious order, they were all flustered. Although the 20 of them were still a potent fighting force, the other side outnumbered them 2-1, and there were 3 high-rank demon kings taking charge. Therefore, most demon kings just surrendered with a gloomy face, allowing themselves to be arrested. Not knowing whether they panicked or remained loyal to Lai Kuang though, 3 demon kings actually rebelled violently, breaking through the siege in anger. One after another, they performed their own secret techniques and fled outside in streams of light. Fortunately, thousands of demon great generals and tens of thousands of demon generals surrounded the periphery. So with the slight hindrance of these demons, 3 shooting star-like arrows pierced through the air and hit the 3 fugitive demon kings precisely, killing them on the spot. Yang Kai turned toward a certain direction just in time to see Wuxia storing away her bow. Soon after, the dust settled. All the people in Lai Kuang's mansion were captured or killed without any omission. Perhaps they wanted to make up for their previous cold shoulder, so Lao Ku, Kusan, and He cooperated with Yang Kai quite well this time, following his orders without any hesitation. After half a stick worth of incense, Lao Ku came to Yang Kai and cupped his fists. Great King, all 22 demon kings under Lai Kuang have been dealt with. 19 were captured alive and 3 were killed. Besides them, 348 others were also arrested. Yang Kai nodded lightly and replied calmly, "Take all of them back." Lao Ku received the order and left. He strolled forward and handed over a bunch of jingling rings. "Great King, these are the spoils of this battle." The space rings of the group of captured demon kings were naturally confiscated. There were exactly 22 of them, all belonging to the demon kings under Lai Kuang. As for Lai Kuang's own space ring, Yang Kai had already taken it earlier. Yang Kai glanced at her and waved his hand. "It has been a difficult night for everyone. Divide these things amongst yourselves. Consider it as a small gift from this king." The resources of the demon race were not useful for Yang Kai, and he was satisfied with just collecting Lai Kuang's space ring. As such, he might as well put these things to use to win over his new subordinates. Killing Lai Kuang was enough to deter Lao Ku and the others, so now it was time to reward them. He was silent for a while before she cupped her fists without saying much. "Many thanks for your reward, Great King." Although there were many good things in the 22 Demon King's space rings, it was not enough to share with everyone since Yang Kai had gathered many forces tonight. However, the sign given by Yang Kai made her feel at ease, for she knew that he still had to rely on them, and would not blame them for their previous indifference. After a moment, everything was sorted out, so Yang Kai waved his hand and led the demons back to the city. Lao Ku looked back at the corpse nailed to the tallest building and could not help sighing. Although he had never gotten along with Lai Kuang, he never expected this guy's death to be so tragic. Lai Kuang's death did not matter to him, but after tonight, it was clear a true ruler had risen in Cloud Shadow Continent. The next day, inside his room, as soon as Yang Kai came out of the sealed world bead, he noticed several auras waiting outside. It was Lao Ku and the others, but he had no idea how long they had been waiting. With a swing of his hand, the door was opened and the trio entered in turn, all of them approaching close before cupping their fists. "Greetings, Great King. What is it?" Yang Kai began to pour himself a cup of water from a nearby jug and looked up at them while he could not help sneering in his heart. These 3 did not care so much about him the first few days of his arrival, and they did not even bother to pay him a visit. However, they actually approached him together early this morning. It seemed that the incident of last night had a great impact on them. Lao Ku announced, "Reporting to Great King. We have interrogated Lai Kuang's subordinates overnight as ordered. This is what we discovered." While speaking, he handed over a jade slip. Yang Kai took the jade slip and sent his divine sense into it to examine its content. It was nothing else other than all kinds of information regarding the 19 captured demon kings, including their clans, origin, and even cultivation, as well as their relationship with Lai Kuang, their level of loyalty, and so on. Among them, 5 were highlighted. Lao Ku further explained, "The highlighted 5 have been followers of Lai Kuang for a very long time, with the shortest having been under him for over 1,000 years. May I know what Great King wants to do with them?" These 5 people were undoubtedly Lai Kuang's confidants, similar to the 3 people who were executed by Boya last night. Since they were Lai Kuang's confidants, they should not be kept alive. In any case, Yang Kai did not care about the lives of the demons here. Therefore, he looked up at the 3 in front of him and asked, "What do you think?" Lao Ku pondered for a moment before he answered, "This subordinate thinks that it's better not to keep them around, so as to avoid any trouble in the future." Iin and Kusen nodded in agreement. Yang Kai responded plainly, "Since all 3 of you agree, do as you see fit." The corner of Lao Ku's mouth twitched when he heard Yang Kai's words, because it sounded like he was the one who sentenced the 5 demon kings to death. Lao Ku felt that these 5 demon kings were just following orders too, but he dared not to express opposition here. After a short pause, he continued, "The other 14 people don't seem problematic and are unlikely to seek revenge for Lai Kuang. Then break them up and assign them to work under the 3 of you." "Yes." Yang Kai sipped some tea. Seeing that they had no intention of leaving, he could not help laughing. What else do you have to say? Lao Ku and the others exchanged glances. But in the end, it was still Lao Ku who took the courage to speak. Great King mentioned that the purpose of you coming to Cloud Shadow Continent was to maintain the territory gate and protect Cloud Shadow Continent. Now that Lai Kuang has fallen and Cloud Shadow Continent is totally under Great King's control, we can start to make arrangements as soon as possible. May I know when Great King wishes to begin? This was a constant worry in their hearts, so they wished to settle the issue as soon as possible. Therefore, even if they felt like they were in no position to urge Yang Kai, they still could not help asking about it. Yang Kai chuckled. I shall begin shortly, but before I do, I have something for you to do. We await your orders, Great King. Find me all the information about the Cloud Shadow Continent's territory gates, including those that have already vanished. I need as much as you can gather. Although they had no clue what Yang Kai wanted with this information, it was a simple task, so Lao Ku and the others readily accepted the order. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then reached out his hand and took out a delicate jade box. On a different note, I want to ask you about one thing. Lao Ku and the others immediately responded humbly. Yang Kai opened the jade box and took out a pill-like object the size of a pigeon egg. It was black all over and looked just like an unimpressive black pill. However, this black pill had no medicinal fragrance. All Yang Kai knew was that when he probed it with his divine sense, he found that this black pill contained a horrifying amount of energy. However, this kind of energy could not be absorbed just by anyone. The energy contained in it was chaotic and malevolent. If a human consumed this thing, he would be demonified in an instant. On the contrary, if a demon took it, it would surely be of great benefit to their cultivation. He found this object in Lai Kuang's space ring, 3 of them in fact. Each one was put in a jade box and was placed in the deepest place of the space ring, so it was obviously very valuable. Yang Kai knew nothing about this thing, but he believed that Lao Ku and the others should know about it. To his surprise, when he took out the black pill, the 3 demon kings gaped at it with scorching eyes and even some light panting. Yang Kai raised his brow at them and asked, "What is this?" Lao Ku gulped and cupped his fists. It's reasonable that Great King doesn't know about this since you're a human. But to the demon race, it is a supreme tonic, especially for we demon kings. This is a myriad demon pill. Myriad demon pill? Yang Kai was shocked. This thing is a myriad demon pill? Yin replied. Has Great King heard about the myriad demon pill before? Yang Kai put on a weird look. I heard someone mentioned it a few days ago. Previously, when Yu Sang attempted to stop Bai Zhua, he offered 80 myriad demon pills to him in exchange for Yang Kai's life. Although Yang Kai asked Bai Zhua about the myriad demon pill that day, Bai Zhua just smiled without saying anything, leaving him clueless. Nevertheless, Yang Kai did not expect to obtain such a thing so soon. No wonder the half-saints used these to barter with. It was indeed extraordinary. The internal energy was enormous to the extreme, comparable to a pill cloud-enveloped emperor pill that had been nourished for thousands of years. Yang Kai estimated that a low-rank demon king would only need to consume a few dozen of these pills to break through to the mid-rank demon king realm. Of course, this would depend on if said low-rank demon king had sufficient time to digest the energy. As for the mid-rank demon king, they would probably need 400 to 500 pills to break through to the high rank. However, this was only his own estimations, as he did not really know the facts about this thing. Who refined this? Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so he understood that it would definitely not be easy to refine such a thing. The energy was too massive, so those who were not powerful enough would not be able to condense such energy in the first place. He was truly interested in whoever refined this pill, as such a marvelous alchemy technique was probably comparable to those of wondrous pill great emperors. He did not expect that there was such a grandmaster in the demon realm. He could not help laughing as she heard this and explained, Great King is likely unaware, but myriad demon pills are not refined by people. They are generated by the world itself. Generated by the world? Yang Kai was stunned. These are indeed natural products. Lao Ku nodded solemnly and explained, there are hundreds of continents that make up the demon realm, and 80% of them have a myriad demon cave. After a set number of years, a myriad demon cave will produce a batch of myriad demon pills. These pills will contribute to a demon king's cultivation after consumption and shorten our cultivation time. We have all taken myriad demon pills at least once. Flabbergasted, Xianxia asked, 80% of the continents have myriad demon caves? He froze for a while, then proceeded to ask, what about our cloud shadow continent? It has one. Lao Ku nodded. Similar to the territory gate, it is located in Lai Kuang's territory. Every time the myriad demon pills ripen, he would be the one who collected them and offered them to Holy Venerable. You're not involved? Xianxia looked at the three in front of him, puzzled. Since the pills were so useful to them, and given that they were the top demon kings in Cloud Shadow Continent, they must also have the right to participate in the harvest. But according to Lao Ku's words, it seemed that Lai Kuang was doing it all by himself. A look of embarrassment suddenly appeared on the faces of Lao Ku and the others. Ku-san disclosed, Great King, in the past, the task was given to all our high-rank demon kings. But ever since Lai Kuang took refuge under Sir Yusang, we have been excluded. Having a strong backer is certainly a good thing. Xianxia sneered and wanted to ask them why they did not take refuge under Yusang too. However, after he thought about it carefully, he believed that they might not have the choice, because Yusang probably would not want to accept them either. After collecting the myriad demon pills, Yusang definitely had to share some profits with the collectors as a reward. If he accepted more collectors, he would have to give out more of his profits too. As such, why should he accept others when he already had Lai Kuang working for him? How did the myriad demon caves come into being? Why do 80% of the continents have one? Xianxia questioned curiously. This was a difficult question for Lao Ku and the others as they had no idea how the myriad demon caves were formed. Ever since ancient times, it had been the case in all continents of the demon realm. They were simply used to it now as it was normal for them to collect myriad demon pills in the myriad demon caves. If they wanted to know the truth behind all of this, they would probably have to ask those older half-saints or the holy venerables. Seeing that they were clueless about it, Xianxia did not make things difficult for them. He further inquired about the myriad demon pills, and learnt that the collection frequency and quantity of the myriad demon pills were different in each continent. On Cloud Shadow Continent, they were basically collected every 10 years, and there were typically several dozen to 100 myriad demon pills each time. The quantity varied widely. There could be many during one harvest and then only a few in the next. The matter regarding the myriad demon pills bothered Xianxia a little. No wonder demon kings in the demon realm were far more numerous than emperors in the star boundary. It was because of the existence of these pills. According to his previous estimation, several tens of myriad demon pills could promote a low-rank demon king to a mid-rank one. In other words, Cloud Shadow Continent alone could promote a low-rank demon king every 10 years, and still have extra pills. If this situation continued over thousands of years, how could there not be many demon kings? Of course, although this calculation method was too idealized, with these myriad demon pills, it would be much easier to cultivate masters in the demon realm, and their growth time would be shorter than that in the star boundary. Why did the star boundary not have such benefits? And how did myriad demon caves appear? Why did they produce myriad demon pills? Maybe Yu Meng knew the answers to these questions, but he could not ask her right now. At this moment, Hien smiled. Speaking of which, Great King came at just the right time. The next myriad demon pill harvest is not far away. Within 6 months, Great King will be able to see it with his own eyes. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. Since the myriad demon cave is located in Lai Kuang's territory, he must have sent someone to guard it. Indeed, Lao Ku nodded. Xianxia glanced at him and continued. But as far as I know, Lai Kuang brought all the demon kings under his command to Cloud Shadow City. Who is guarding the cave now? Lao Ku was stunned when he heard these words and suddenly seemed to have realized something. Cupping his fists hurriedly, he declared, Subordinate will go to the Myriad Demon Cave to investigate. The Myriad Demon Cave was the most important place on every continent and must not be left unguarded. Since Lai Kuang had brought all the demon kings under his command here, it was very likely that no master was defending the cave, or others were guarding it on behalf of Lai Kuang. Since Lai Kuang had taken refuge under Yusang, it was not difficult to guess who was guarding the cave now. Cloud Shadow Continent was Xianxia's territory, and the myriad demon pills collected from Myriad Demon Cave would naturally belong to Yang Kai. So how could he allow another to seize what was his? Bring more people. Kusan will accompany you. Yang Kai waved his hand. Kusan responded, yes. The two of them did not hesitate and left immediately to avoid trouble caused by undue delay. The only one left was Hien, the unrecognizable demon king shrouded in black chi. If Great King has no other instructions, this subordinate will take her leave. Bring me those 5 demon kings. Yang Kai ordered and closed his eyes. Hien glanced at him curiously, wondering what his plans for the 5 demon kings were. But she did not ask any questions and simply left to carry out his order. After a short while, 5 demon kings with sealed cultivations were brought into the room. They looked defeated after a night of torture, but as they walked into the room and saw Yang Kai, their eyes were filled with anger, and a few arrogant ones even spat unpleasant curses at him. They knew that they were most likely going to have miserable deaths, and they were completely helpless against Yang Kai, so they figured they might as well just run their mouths to let out some of their resentment. It would be best if they managed to provoke Yang Kai into slaughtering them, as a quick death was better than a long, drawn-out one. The soldiers were dismissed, the doors were shut, and a barrier was opened. Yang Kai glanced at the 5 people indifferently, then grabbed at them with his hand. In the next instant, space principles fluctuated, and all 5 of the demon kings vanished. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai too flickered and vanished from the room. Inside the small sealed world, the embodiment sat down cross-legged in an empty land, his 60-meter-tall body looking like a towering hill as he stared down at the 5 demon kings who Yang Kai brought in with great interest. Yang Kai appeared, and without delay, he raised his hand. Let's start. The embodiment nodded, placing his hands together as he assumed a strange posture. A moment later, an invisible force fluctuated, enveloping the 5 immobilized demon kings. The initially confused looks of the demon kings turned into panic due to the sudden change as their vitality, demon chi, and even spiritual energy began flowing out of their bodies uncontrollably. Yang Kai watched as an aura that resembled blood gushed out of the 5 demon kings and converged towards the embodiment, who consumed all of it into his abdomen with every breath he took. In just a few breaths of time, the initially extremely strong scarlet aura dwindled drastically as the physiques of the 5 demon kings shriveled up at a visible rate. Yang Kai shuddered at the sight. The heaven-devouring battle law was indeed overbearing and evil, and it was reasonable that the star boundary tried to purge it from existence. Although the embodiment had the body of a stone spirit and was not afraid of the many side effects of the heaven-devouring battle law, Yang Kai tried his best to avoid allowing the embodiment to use the secret arts inherited from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor when he was in the star boundary to avoid suspicions. In the past, the embodiment had consumed the essence of enemies but had always stopped just before it became obvious what had happened. But he did not even have to think twice here in the demon realm. In the battle with Lai Kuang last night, the heaven-devouring battle law executed by the embodiment tormented Lai Kuang endlessly, and according to the embodiment, one could grow stronger from the heaven-devouring battle law even when fighting against another. When devouring the essence of, and weakening the strength of others, one could bolster himself. As long as one did not suffer from a one-time fatal injury, he was almost invincible. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor slaughtered many Great Emperors by himself in the Great Emperor War, all thanks to the heaven-devouring battle law. Yang Kai was going to let the embodiment freely cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law in the demon realm and increase his strength as fast as possible. Even though these 5 demon kings were only mid-rank or lower, their essences could not be wasted. It was just perfect to be used to feed the embodiment. As long as sufficient energy was available for him to devour, the embodiment would become powerful very quickly. In the demon realm, Yang Kai only had embodiment as an auxiliary force, so he wanted him to be as strong as possible. The 5 demon kings were no longer cursing and shouting as all of their strength was put into struggling violently. But how could they resist the devouring power of the heaven-devouring battle law when their cultivations were sealed? After only a few dozen breaths, all life had left the 5 demon kings. What remained was only dried and withered corpses. The embodiment kept the same posture as his aura swelled and his flames trembled. As his body suddenly shook, A jet-black aura permeated from within him. It was purified demon chi digested from the essence absorbed from the 5 demon kings. It was apparent that the embodiment had favorable conditions to cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law. The innate ability of the Stone Spirit clan to expel all kinds of negative and unfavorable energies was put on full display here. If anyone else with a normal physique cultivated this secret art, even if they had a method to resolve most of the negative energies and impurities, they would be bound to suffer some negative effects. And in the long run, one's temperament would inevitably be affected. I also have gotten clarification about this. Xianxia raised the 3 jade boxes in his hands and tossed them over, while passing the information he had learned to the embodiment. The embodiment caught the 3 jade boxes, raised an eyebrow, and muttered, "Myriad demon pills? And this is a good thing." After that, with a thought, he opened the jade boxes, directly down the 3 myriad demon pills, and then immediately urged the heaven-devouring battle law to begin refining them, all while Xianxia watched with his eyes widened. Myriad demon pills were generated by the world itself and contained a huge amount of energy. Demon kings needed to be fully prepared before consuming one, and then spend a lot of time refining it. It was not something that could be done overnight. However, the pills were just like candies to the embodiment who swallowed 3 pills in one go. This would baffle any demon king if they really witnessed it. Even high-rank demon kings did not have the courage to act so recklessly. Visible to the naked eye, the aura around the embodiment's body trembled. There was a steady stream of dark aura escaping from his body, which was on a much larger scale than when the essence of the 5 demon kings was consumed. Only after a stick of incense worth of time did the embodiment slowly open his eyes, flames flickering in their depths. Xianxia knew exactly what he was thinking and pressed his lips together. "You need about 3,000 pills to reach the next stage. That's quite a lot." Cloud Shadow Continent only harvested these pills once every 10 or so years, and each harvest only yielded a few dozen to 100 myriad demon pills. It would require the entire Cloud Shadow Continent hundreds to 1,000 years to produce 3,000 pills. But if these things could really allow the embodiment to reach the next level, it would be worth it. The embodiment currently possessed the divine spirit Shur was source, and had the body of a stone spirit as a foundation, leaving nearly unlimited room for him to grow. Already, the embodiment was stronger than an ordinary third-stage emperor. Compared to a half-saint, he was slightly inferior, but if he managed to reach the next realm, he would be able to compete with a half-saint all on his own. Xianxia could only try to collect more myriad demon pills. If these things could greatly shorten the embodiment's development time, it was worth investing in doing so. Suddenly, he regretted being so generous last night. He did not know if there were more myriad demon pills in those Demon King space rings. However, seeing how Lai Kuang only had a surplus of 3, it was unlikely that the other Demon Kings had any. Even if they had a chance to obtain one, those Demon Kings would have likely consumed it immediately to strengthen themselves. In addition, Xianxia could also capture more Demon Kings and throw them into the sealed world bead to feed the embodiment. Although the effect was not as good as taking myriad demon pills, it was not bad either. After leaving the small sealed world, Xianxia waited in the room for a while before he brought back a large amount of information about the territory gates. Xianxia spent an hour reading these materials and pondered a while before getting up and walking out. "Sir," Xiao Wu, who was waiting outside the door, hurriedly saluted, her eyes twinkling with admiration. Xianxia nodded lightly, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly turned his head to look at the room in the corner with a weird expression, and asked, "How long has she been in there?" "What?" Xiao Wu did not know what he meant. "Boya." Xianxia glanced at her. Finally understanding his question, Xiao Wu replied, "Since she came back last night." The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched as he quickly walked over to the room and pushed the door open. This was Li Shiqing's room. In order to take care of her, Xianxia deliberately arranged for her to live next to his room. Over the past few days, Li Shiqing had been very well behaved. She was probably too afraid of Xianxia, so she had been locking himself in her room. She did not come out, but someone had now gone in. At this moment, Boya was in her room, sitting side by side with Li Shiqing, holding her hand and speaking to her. Chills ran down Xianxia's spine as he saw a trace of lust in Boya's eyes. This woman. She's hopeless. Hearing the movement, the two women in the room both turned their heads to look. Li Shiqing shivered instinctively and shrank to hide behind Boya. She was really scared of Yang Kai to the extreme. Boya, on the other hand, let out a dissatisfied grunt, looking resentful, as if her good deed had gone bad. After fiercely reprimanding Boya and yelling at her to get out, Yang Kai turned to look at Li Shiqing, who was now curled up on the inner corner of the bed, holding her knees in her hands, the blood drained from her face, looking dreadfully afraid. Yang Kai was speechless and eased up his face a little before advising, "Don't get too close with that female demon in the future. She's not a good person." Li Shiqing further curled her body and nodded weakly. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai knew she did not take his words to heart. He was probably the biggest villain in the world to her at this point, but he could not say anything more to convince her otherwise, so he could only stop here for now. After pondering for a while, he flickered a space beacon and instructed, "In case of danger, activate the seal on that bead to protect yourself." He couldn't take care of Li Shiqing all the time, especially when he still had many things to deal with, but since he went through all that trouble to get her out of the blood arena, he naturally could not let her fall into any danger. A space beacon was sufficient to protect her safety. As long as she was not too slow in reacting, she could be teleported to Yang Kai through this bead when she encountered unmanageable danger. Of course, the premise was that she had to be on the same continent with Yang Kai. However, given that Yang Kai was fully in charge of Cloud Shadow Continent, he believed that she would not have the need to use the bead here. None of the demon kings under him would dare to disobey his orders now, so it was unlikely anyone would dare to lay their hands on his people. After a brief explanation, he strode out without caring what reaction Li Shiqing had. Behind him, Li Shiqing looked up at Yang Kai with mixed feelings and hesitated for a long time before keeping the bead with her. At this moment, Yang Kai was already with Hien, flying in the tiger head chariot towards a certain place on Cloud Shadow Continent. Half a day later, the tiger head chariot stopped in the wilderness at a high altitude. Yang Kai and Hien got off the chariot, and he asked as he looked around, "Are you sure it's here?" Hien also turned around to look for a while, seemingly trying to confirm her position, but after a short while, she flew up slightly and declared, "It's where I am standing now." Yang Kai nodded slightly, and the space principle around him fluctuated as he closed his eyes and quietly perceived his surroundings. Hien stared at him curiously, but she did not dare to disturb him and just waited quietly. After half an hour, Yang Kai opened his eyes, shook his head slowly, and looked at Hien. When did this territory gate vanish, and where did it connect to? Earlier, he checked the data about the territory gates of Cloud Shadow Continent and confirmed that Baiju's previous statement was correct. There were once 5 territory gates, each connecting to a different continent. However, over the past millennium, 4 territory gates had disappeared one after another, with the last remaining gate being connected to the Blue Plains continent. Cloud Shadow Continent was almost isolated because of this. A woodcutter must sharpen his axe if he was to do his work well. If Yang Kai wanted to stabilize and repair the last territory gate, he would first take a look at the 4 disappeared territory gates. At least, he must examine the situation, and it would be best if he could understand the reasons for their disappearance. Even if he could not understand it, he must at least find some clues. But although he had done his best just now, Yang Kai did not obtain anything. Nothing was unusual here. If it was not confirmed by Hien, and also the data he collected that proved there was a territory gate here before, Yang Kai probably would think that he was in the wrong place. Hien disclosed, "This territory gate was the first to vanish. It happened about 1,000 years ago. Before it disappeared, it had symptoms similar to the last territory gate now, showing the signs of instability. Previously, this territory gate led to Blood Flame Continent." After a pause, she pressed on, "Did Great King discover anything?" She did not have much hope looking at Yang Kai's expression, but she still could not help asking. To her disappointment, Yang Kai shook his head. "I didn't find anything. Let's go to the next place." He raised his hand and summoned the tiger head chariot. He naturally had no opinion about it, got on the chariot with Yang Kai, and guided the direction to the next place. Half a day later, They arrived in the sky over a vast sea with endless waves rolling and crashing. Just like before, Yang Kai closed his eyes and felt the surroundings, while He-In waited patiently beside him. A moment later, Yang Kai raised his brow, revealing a look of surprise. The space principles around him turned more and more turbulent. He-In, who had been watching him, could not help but perk up, realizing that Yang Kai probably found something. The next instant, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and stared toward a certain spot with a solemn look on his face. Following the faint traces of space principle fluctuations, he stretched out his hand to probe the area before him. He pushed both his hands forward at an extremely slow speed, as if fighting against great resistance. What astonished He-In though was that after Yang Kai pushed out about a hand's length, Yang Kai's fingers began to disappear, as if they were sinking into another space. He-Yin's face turned solemn. Then she heard Yang Kai shouting, "Open!" Following his voice, Yang Kai suddenly spread his arms widely to both sides. Space seemed to be torn at that moment and a crack opened in front of him. The crack was filled with chaotic nothingness which not only devoured up her sight, but also drowned her divine sense into it. Exhilarated, He-In squealed, "Great King!" Yang Kai ignored her as he applied more force with his hands. His clothes were flapping and flying without any wind while the crack in front of him got bigger and bigger. Soon, there was enough space for the two to pass through, so Yang Kai immediately reached out his hand, grabbed He-Yin's arm, and rushed into the crack together with her. All of a sudden, the two vanished. The world spun and He-Yin's vision went blank. When she regained her senses, she had arrived in another world. She gathered her wits and looked down startled. After seeing a familiar scenery, she shouted in excitement, "Thunder Heaven Continent!" The territory gate that disappeared was originally connected to Thunder Heaven Continent. He-In had lived in Cloud Shadow Continent for thousands of years, and before these territory gates vanished, she often came to Thunder Heaven Continent for business, so she was familiar with the scenery. However, she had not been here since the territory gate disappeared. She never expected that she could still have the chance to see the scenery again. She instantly became fully confident in Yang Kai and realized that it was reasonable for the Holy Venerable to send him to Cloud Shadow Continent to maintain the territory gate. With such means, Yang Kai had proven that he could really open the vanished territory gates again, meaning Cloud Shadow Continent would no longer be isolated. "Don't get too excited," Yang Kai suddenly said, immediately dampening He-Yin's excitement. "Look behind you." He-In was stunned for a moment, and quickly turned back to look. However, the void crack that they had passed through was closing at a rapid pace and would probably disappear in less than 10 breaths of time. The exhilaration and expectation that filled He-In just now instantly deflated as she asked in shock, "How can this be?" Yang Kai laughed and explained, "I just followed the traces of the previous territory gate and forcibly broke through the void to arrive here. The two continents have their own world principles, so they will repair the interference of external forces to restore things to their original states." Then the territory gate, Yang Kai continued. "It's too early to be sure, but it's not hopeless yet. Since the connection has not been severed, there should still be a way to reestablish it. Let's go back first." Then he turned around and tore open the crack that was about to be closed before returning the same way with He-In. After a moment, they returned to Cloud Shadow Continent. Looking at the rapidly closing crack, He-In sighed in her heart. However, after such an experience, she finally saw hope. After that, they visited the other two lost territory gates and examined them carefully. It took 2 days for this inspection, and He-In felt better after seeing the results, because the next two places were similar to the vanished territory gate that connected to Thunder Heaven Continent. There were still some traces remaining, which was enough for Yang Kai to tear through space and arrive at the other continents. Yang Kai was only helpless regarding the first territory gate leading to Blood Flame Continent. In other words, 3 of the 4 vanished territory gates still had hope to reappear, but the first one was completely hopeless. Yang Kai was a little puzzled about this. In theory, the 4 lost territory gates were no different from one another and should all have the same condition, but the place where they first investigated turned out to be somewhat different. He-In tried to remember carefully, What are the differences between the 4 territory gates? Especially the difference between the territory gate connecting Blood Flame Continent and the other 3. Yang Kai could not figure it out. After all, he was a newcomer to this world, so he could only ask Yin. This was also the reason he brought her with him. Perhaps it is about when they each vanished? Yin pondered for a moment and put forward a hypothesis. The first territory gate was lost much longer ago. Could that be the reason why? It's only 1,000 years versus several hundred. But we can't rule out this possibility. What else? Yang Kai frowned. Yin continued to recall. After a while, she looked up at Yang Kai and disclosed, "Oh right, Blood Flame Continent has completely disappeared. The territory gate of Cloud Shadow Continent that connected to it was the last territory gate it had." Yang Kai's brow twitched as he showed a wry smile. "Why didn't you tell this king such an important detail earlier? If there was no mistake." This was the reason that the traces of the territory gate had completely vanished. Given that even Blood Flame Continent had disappeared, how could the traces of the territory gate remain? Yin replied embarrassingly, "I had forgotten." Yang Kai shook his head, but he did not blame her. Since he had figured out the reason, what happened next would be simpler. If he wanted to maintain the territory gate, Yang Kai had to figure out why they could persist for so long. Logically, this kind of tier should have been repaired by the local world principles, but in fact, there were still more or less territory gates in many continents of the demon realm, ranging from 1 or 2 to more than 10. This phenomenon was very odd to him. Therefore, in any case, he had to pay a visit to the only remaining territory gate. Not only could he examine and explore it, but he could also try to study the space principles involved in their formation and maintenance. It would be best if he could improve his comprehension of the Tao of space in this way. After making the decision, Yang Kai immediately rushed to the only remaining gate with Yin without any delay. When he first traveled to Cloud Shadow Continent, he and Baizhua came through this territory gate, but he had no idea that the place was Lai Kuang's territory at that time. Now that Lai Kuang was dead and the demon kings under Lai Kuang's command had been broken up, this place had become ownerless. However, Lao Ku and the other high-ranked demon kings dared not to occupy this place without Yang Kai's authorization. Therefore, they just waited for him to make a decision about it. Lao Ku and Kusen were nearby. A few days ago, Yang Kai instructed them to investigate the situation of the Myriad Demon Cave, so now they probably must have come out with a result. On the way, Yin sent them a message. When Yang Kai arrived near the territory gate, Lao Ku and Kusan were waiting respectfully with a group of demon kings. Before Yang Kai landed, they quickly saluted and welcomed him courteously. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai asked as he looked at Lao Ku. Lao Ku replied with his fists cupped. As Great King expected, Lai Kuang colluded with Blue Plains Continent. When he came to Cloud Shadow City, the Myriad Demon Cave was guarded by Tu Chia Luo. Seeing Yang Kai's confused look, Yin explained in a low voice, "Tu Chia Luo is a demon king from Blue Plains Continent who serves under Yusang. He's quite strong." Given that Yin evaluated him as such, this Tu Chia Luo must be a high-rank demon king. Yang Kai nodded. "Where is Tu Chia Luo now?" Lao Ku and Kusen could not help revealing embarrassed looks. Noticing this, Yang Kai knew that they had let him escape. However, this was still acceptable. Although it was Blue Plains Continent's fault for interfering in Cloud Shadow Continent and laying their hands on the Myriad Demon Cave and the Myriad Demon Pills, they had a half-saint backing them, very much unlike Lao Ku and the others, who were unfavored people and were placed in an awkward situation here. Even though Yang Kai had given them a little confidence by killing Lai Kuang, they still did not dare to really stand against Yusang. It actually would not take much to kill Tu Chia Luo with the forces Lao Ku and Kusen brought, but trouble would surely follow after. If Yusang wanted to settle accounts in the future, they would all die miserably. Therefore, they snatched the Myriad Demon Cave back under Yang Kai's order, but as for Tu Chia Luo, they decided just to let him go. As such, they felt embarrassed being questioned by Yang Kai at this moment. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not mean to look into the matter and just stared into their eyes, curling his lips into a sarcastic grin as he waved. "Since the problem of Cloud Shadow Continent has been settled and we've regained control of the Myriad Demon Cave, from now on, This king will start his inspection of this territory gate and find a way to maintain this last passage. All of you need to cooperate with me. Henceforth, this gate is to be temporarily closed, and without this king's orders, no one is allowed to pass through it. In order to study the territory gate and understand the principles governing its existence, Xianxia required a quiet and undisturbed environment. Therefore, the territory gate naturally had to be closed and people had to be stopped from going in and out. Fortunately, they had a lot of manpower here, so it should be enough to cordon off the surroundings. Yes, Lao Ku and the others responded respectfully. Their good days were indeed over. The coming of a new owner of Cloud Shadow Continent meant that they would not be free anymore. However, if Xianxia truly could stabilize the gate and ensure that it would not vanish, it would also be of great benefit to them. At least, they would not have to worry about their backup plans in the near future. Xianxia continued. Lao Ku. Reporting, Lao Ku stepped out. Go back to Cloud Shadow City and bring me Boya. Although he had warned Li Shiqing to be careful of Boya before, who knew if Boya would do anything to Li Shiqing after he left. Therefore, it was better to have her here. Moreover, if he wanted to comprehend the secrets of the territory gate, he could not afford to be distracted. He did not trust Lao Ku and the others much, so only Boya could help him in guarding this place. With the sole puppet in his hand, Boya would not dare to betray him. Lao Ku left after receiving the order. Xianxia pondered for a moment, then turned to Kusan and Hien. I've been meaning to ask you, are myriad demon pills purchasable? Myriad demon pills were incredibly useful to the embodiment, but the quantity that he needed was way too high. It would be much easier if they could be bought. Since he was now in charge of Cloud Shadow Continent, it could be said that everything here was under his control. According to the current situation of Cloud Shadow Continent, financial resources were not a problem if he wanted to buy some myriad demon pills. Yes, but they're difficult to find. Kusan frowned. Every demon king needs them, so one would immediately refine and consume them as soon as they obtained one. Hien continued. In the past, every time we collected myriad demon pills, we could get 1 or 2 each, but we quickly used them instead of saving them. After a pause, she proceeded, Great King, are you thinking of buying myriad demon pills? Xianxia nodded. I'm considering it. Hien replied, Then I shall advise Great King not to do so. Each one is ridiculously expensive. How expensive exactly? Xianxia looked at her curiously. Hien answered, 1 pill would cost about 50 to 80 million high-rank demon crystals. They're always overpriced yet usually not for sale. Xianxia could not stop his brow from twitching when he heard her statement. He initially thought that since he had won 1 billion demon crystals from the Blood Arena, he would be rich enough to purchase anything he wanted. But according to Hien, he could at most buy 10 or so myriad demon pills with his current wealth, and that was only if he found someone willing to sell them. At such a price, perhaps the embodiment might achieve a better result by simply refining the 1 billion demon crystals directly. This was terrible news. Xianxia instantly lost interest in buying myriad demon pills. Even if he could mobilize the resources of the entire Cloud Shadow Continent, he could not buy many. After the conversation was over, Xianxia waved his hand to dismiss the two. With a flicker, he flew towards the territory gate and examined it carefully, the look of amazement hardly concealed on his face. This gate was like a massive void corridor, and the chaotic aura of nothingness fluctuating from it seemed pretty hazardous. With his current attainments in the Tao of space, Xianxia couldn't create such a thing, but he might still have ways to stabilize it. He took a soft breath, closed his eyes, and began using his divine sense to thoroughly examine the territory gate. Below, Kusan and Hien began to deploy their subordinates within a radius of 30 kilometers from the territory gate. All commoners were strictly prohibited from approaching the territory gate, so as not to interfere with Xianxia. Before Xianxia cracked the secrets of the territory gate, the demons of Cloud Shadow Continent were not allowed to leave through the territory gate. Even if this restriction would annoy some demons, their complaints would be ignored as this matter was related to the future of the whole Cloud Shadow Continent. Up in the sky, Xianxia scanned through every inch of the territory gate with his divine sense, comprehending the mysterious space principles that maintained it with a thoughtful look on his face. As he expected, studying this territory gate was greatly beneficial to his understanding of the Tao of space. After all, such a huge void corridor did not exist anywhere in the star boundary, so he had never experienced such a mysterious thing before. Just when he vaguely felt that he had gained some insights, a rush of space principles came from the territory gate. This made Xianxia raise his brow as he thought that it was the unstable fluctuations of the territory gate itself. But the next moment, a demon suddenly appeared in front of him. The cultivation of the demon was not too high, only a demon great general. He bumped into Xianxia as soon as he appeared and was also taken aback, for he thought that someone was ambushing him here, so he immediately flickered aside with his demon chi condensed. After steadying himself, he saw Xianxia looking at him coldly. What's more, there seemed to be countless eyes glaring at him right now. Frowning, the demon great general immediately looked around and was instantly drenched in cold sweat. As many as 10 demon kings were eyeing him nearby, and there were even more demon great generals and demon generals surrounding the area within a radius of 30 kilometers, which made him feel like he was a sheep who had broken into a wolf's den by mistake. He was horrified, and forced a smile at Xianxia as he asked in an awkward tone, "Sir, what's the matter?" "Scram!" Xianxia waved his hand to him in a rather foul mood. The demon great general quickly turned around and flew far away from here, only feeling relieved after escaping a great distance. Xianxia then shouted down to the people below, "Kusan!" Kusan hurriedly flew up and cupped his fists. "Great king, take some people to the other side of the territory gate and seal it off. Do not allow anyone to pass through." The previous demon great general must have traveled from Blue Plains continent and just happened to have teleported to the territory gate here. Even if he did not teleport near here, once someone passed through the gate, it would cause some interference which would disturb Xianxia. How could he comprehend the secrets of the gate under such circumstances? Hearing this order, Kusan seemed like he was in a tough position as he hesitated. "Isn't this not good? It is Sir Yusang's territory over there, and we have no right to interfere. Furthermore, they just drove Tu Chia Luo away a few days ago. If they brought people over there to block the territory gate at this time, Blue Plains continent would definitely not sit idly. One mistake would trigger a confrontation between the two continents." Xianxia sneered. "What are you afraid of? Yusang has been sent to the front lines by Holy Venerable." Kusan replied awkwardly, "Even if Sir Yusang is not here, there are still 10 high-rank demon kings on Blue Plains continent. We are by no means a match for them." With Yusang looking after Blue Plains continent, there were naturally more demon kings there than on Cloud Shadow continent, even if some had been transferred to the battlefield. If a fight was started, Cloud Shadow continent would definitely suffer a great loss. Xianxia squinted at him. "If they have any opinion, let them come and talk to this king." Kusan felt helpless as he knew that Xianxia insisted on blocking the other side of the territory gate. So it was useless to say more, and he could only accept the order and leave. After selecting some demon kings to follow him, Kusan traveled to Blue Plains continent through the territory gate. Only then did Xianxia continue to probe the gate with his eyes closed. The next 2 days were peaceful as no one dared to disturb Cloud Shadow continent. All those who wanted to pass through the territory gate were intercepted, as was the case on Blue Plains continent. It seemed that Kusan did his job well. Boya had already arrived and was glaring at Xianxia ferociously not far away, with so much hatred like she could not wait to drink his blood and eat his flesh. Nevertheless, Xianxia ignored her, or perhaps he did not notice her gaze at all as he was fully immersed in studying the territory gate. Of course, it was impossible for Xianxia to completely rely on Boya for his own safety. So inside the sealed world bead, the embodiment was carefully monitoring the situation. If anyone attempted to hurt Xianxia, the embodiment would immediately rush out of the sealed world bead to secure his safety. Everything was calm and peaceful the next few days. Xianxia was still standing still before the territory gate with his eyes closed while space principles from his body were fluctuating the whole time, resonating with the territory gate. Below, Lao Ku, Hien, and the others watch in astonishment. They were all anticipating what would come next. The situation now showed that Yang Kai was studying the secrets of the territory gate, and if he was able to thoroughly comprehend them, he just might be able to stabilize the gate. In truth, Yang Kai had gained a lot over the past few days. His comprehension of space principles had grown by leaps and bounds, especially when the territory gate fluctuated unstably. He was able to peer through secrets that he normally could not see, all of which enhanced his own knowledge and reinforced his experiences. Every breath was a huge harvest for him. This was indeed an excellent place to cultivate the Tao of space. If it was an intact territory gate, he would not have gained so much. Only this unstable territory gate could help him. Yang Kai did not even think about how to stabilize the territory gate, but was immersed in the joy of comprehending and prying into the mysteries of the Tao of space, taking in the nutrients that would strengthen him. A few days later, even though Yang Kai did not spend a single moment pondering how to stabilize the territory gate, he had some vague ideas about how to maintain it now. Of course, it was still too early to put these ideas into practice, as he still had to pry into the secrets of the territory gate to be more certain. At a certain moment, another trace of abnormal fluctuations came from the territory gate in front of him, interrupting the state Yang Kai had been in for many days, awakening him from a condition similar to meditation. With a scowl on his face, Yang Kai growled, "Bastards!" Lao Ku's and He Yin's faces changed slightly as they quickly flew upwards together. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the two of them, his eyes dark as he barked at them. "Go see what the hell Kusan is doing. Why does this king even need him if he can't accomplish such a simple task?" The situation just now was obviously because someone shuttled through the territory gate on the Blue Plains continent side. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the sudden ripples on the territory gate. Lao Ku and He Yin took the lead, flew down quickly, and selected some people to go through the territory gate to the Blue Plains continent. On the other hand, Boya was taking pleasure in Yang Kai's misfortune and watched him gleefully. She had been boiling in anger since Yang Kai's summon. However, before Lao Ku and He Yin could make a move, a demon king flew over from nearby and shouted, "Great King, Sir Kusan is in danger. Please help him." When the last word fell, he had already reached right in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked and could not help narrowing his eyes. It was a mid-rank demon king who was covered in blood and had many bone-deep wounds on his body. Obviously, he had experienced a fierce battle. This demon king was one of Kusen's subordinates who he had taken to Blue Plains continent. The movement of the territory gate just now should be caused by this man who traveled back here. Lao Ku, He Yin, and the others looked over when they heard those words, with the former asking anxiously, "What happened?" The mid-rank demon king was panting as he replied hurriedly, "By the order of the great king, we went to Blue Plains continent to seal off the territory gate. The past few days were fine, but today, all of a sudden, 6 high-rank demon kings and 1,000 of their subordinates came to besiege us. This subordinate was protected by Sir Kusen just so I could shuttle back through the territory gate to deliver a message. I hope that Great King and Sirs will help rescue Sir Kusenator. He was already severely injured before this subordinate returned, and I'm afraid he won't last much longer." "How dare they?" Lao Ku was furious and raised his head to look at Yang Kai, his face filled with righteous indignation. Although he was old and lacked the fighting spirit of his youth, it did not mean that he would just accept being bullied without any resistance. Kusan was a demon king of Cloud Shadow Continent and was regarded as his colleague. They had been working with each other for so many years and even developed a friendship. Now that Kusan was seriously injured, Lao Ku was naturally incensed. In addition, Lao Ku had existing resentment towards Blue Plains Continent for many years for intervening in the harvests of myriad demon pills in Cloud Shadow Continent's myriad demon cave. Now that Yusang was exiled to the battlefield and Cloud Shadow Continent had the backing of Yang Kai, the great king who presided over the overall situation, if they still allowed the other side to walk all over them, Lao Ku could no longer call himself a demon. He immediately cupped his fists. "Great King, nothing can happen to Kusenator. We don't have many high-rank demon kings in Cloud Shadow Continent now, so each one is precious. Originally there were only 4 high-rank demon kings left here. Lai Kuang was killed a few days ago, so now there were 3. If Kusen died, who else could watch over Cloud Shadow Continent?" When his voice fell, Yang Kai had already sneered. All of you come over when you've marshaled our forces. This king and Boya will head there first. There was a problem traveling through the territory gate. The location of arrival was random, and unless a method was used to bind everyone together, in which case everyone would appear in the same place after the shuttle, everyone would be scattered. So Yang Kai did not plan to wait for Lao Ku and the others. It would take some time for them to gather their people while Kusen's situation was unknown. So he naturally had to go on ahead. Yes, Lao Ku and He-in responded in unison, thinking that their great king was indeed a fearless leader. Originally, they were a little worried that Yang Kai would become timid when they heard that 6 high-rank demon kings were causing trouble, so they certainly did not expect him to be so decisive. But on second thought, this man killed Lai Kuang just a few days after arriving at Cloud Shadow Continent. If he was really a coward, how could he behave like this? They did not expect anything else and simply hoped to rescue Kusan and as many of his subordinates as possible. In this way, they could reduce the damage to Cloud Shadow Continent's foundation to a minimum. Boya obviously also realized the seriousness of the problem and completely set aside her frustration with Yang Kai for now, quickly flying over after hearing his orders. Yang Kai's Emperor Qi wrapped around her and the two of them plunged into the territory gate. By doing this, while he could not control where the territory gate would send them, he could guarantee that he and Boya would not be separated. After a moment of blurriness, the pair arrived on Blue Plains continent. Yang Kai then waved his hand and summoned the Tiger Head chariot, boarding it together with Boya. The place where Kusan and the others were being besieged was obviously the territory gate between Blue Plains continent and Cloud Shadow continent, and while Yang Kai did not know how to get there, thanks to the Tiger Head chariot in which the route was already set, he only needed to let the war chariot navigate for them. Their destination was not too far away from where the territory gate was. After passing through the territory gate, although they would be randomly transported in general, they would appear within 1,000 kilometers of the other end of the territory gate. Only rarely would one be transported to a place beyond 1,000 kilometers. No one knew the reason for this, but at this time it was convenient for Yang Kai's rescue efforts. After all, if they were transported too far away from the territory gate, Kusen's bones would probably have turned cold by the time they arrived. Boya could not help shivering when she felt the murderous intent exuding from Yang Kai's body. She glanced at him but suddenly saw a faint grin form on his lips, so she asked dumbly, "What are you laughing at, sir?" Kusen's situation was worrying, and if he died, there would only be 2 high-rank demon kings left on Cloud Shadow Continent. Yang Kai scoffed, "I'm laughing at how Blue Plains Continent has finally made a move." Boya was startled. "Did you expect this?" Yang Kai looked at her and explained, "Yu Sang has a grudge against me, and although he was assigned to the Two Worlds battlefield by Holy Venerable, he would still try every means to take my life. Lai Kuang was acting on Yu Sang's orders before, and if that was the case, what more needs to be said about Blue Plains Continent? The demon kings on Blue Plains Continent must have received similar orders from Yu Sang. They would be a bunch of pig brains if they didn't grab hold of the opportunity that I gave them." The meaning in this sentence was simple and clear, but Boya was still confused. She thought for a while, then inquired, "Did you send Kusan to block the territory gate on Blue Plains Continent just to anger them?" Kusan was a demon king of Cloud Shadow Continent, but he interfered in the matter of the territory gate in Blue Plains Continent. If she was a demon king of Blue Plains Continent, she would not sit back and watch either. Who could tolerate another crossing over into their territory and imposing their will arbitrarily? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Angering them wasn't the primary reason. This king really does need to seal off the territory gate to keep it from fluctuating. However, it was expected that they would not cooperate, and once they made a move, this king would have an excuse to attack them and take this opportunity to completely subdue Blue Plains Continent. Without taking control, it will basically be impossible for this king to study the territory gate with peace of mind in the future. Boya pressed on with a confused face. "Didn't you hear the report from that demon king? Blue Plains Continent dispatched 6 high-rank demon kings and 1,000 soldiers. Where are you getting your confidence from to provoke them?" Cloud Shadow Continent's high-end combat power was vastly inferior to the other side. But when she thought of Lai Kuang's death again that night, could the big bell be Yang Kai's secret ace? Until now, Boya still did not know how Yang Kai killed Lai Kuang. The only thing that she could suspect at the time was the big bell. Lai Kuang, a peak high-rank demon king, died in a matter of moments under that bell. So many people suspected he died so quickly because of the artifact's power. During the days she was bonding with Li Shiqing, Boya acquired some information about Yang Kai and learnt that this man was renowned throughout the star boundary. He had always prevailed over opponents who were stronger than him, but Li Shiqing did not know many details about Yang Kai. Most of her information was from rumors she heard, and she had no idea how Yang Kai killed Lai Kuang that day. Looking up, Yang Kai appeared to have no interest in talking anymore, but the smile on his face was turning more and more unreadable. This made Boya very annoyed. The human race was indeed as treacherous, insidious, and untrustworthy as rumored. They were a race that should have been wiped out long ago. Yang Kai's following behavior was even stranger though. It was clear that the territory gate was already in sight, just several tens of kilometers away, and many figures over there were engaged in battle. Obviously, it was Kasan and his subordinates fighting hard, but Yang Kai did not show any intention to rescue them and instead flew around the area in a wide circle. At first, Boya did not know what Yang Kai's intentions were, but she soon began to understand. Within 100 kilometers, there were 3 places where ambushes were laid, each with a high-rank demon king assuming command. Although she was only a mid-rank demon king and her divine sense was far weaker than Yang Kai's, as a feather demon, she had cultivated a wondrous eye technique and could see some traces that others could not, allowing her to figure some things out. This was obviously Blue Plains Continent's plan. Boya's face turned solemn while thinking about it as she suddenly seemed to understand something. When she turned her attention to the territory gate, she saw Kasan leading a group of demons to battle Blue Plains Continent's forces in a seemingly intense melee. Although Kasan was strong too, he had no chance to resist against 6 high-rank demon kings on his own and win. Besides, a large number of other mid-rank and low-rank demon kings were surrounding his group too, with someone being killed from time to time. Logically, it was impossible for Kasan to have held out until now, but under Boya's observation, she found that the Blue Plains Continent forces did not seem intent on killing Kasenator. Instead, they seemed to be toying with him. They just besieged Kasan without giving him a fatal blow, putting Kasan's life at risk, but not in immediate deadly danger. Are they besieging a stronghold to annihilate the enemy reinforcement? A realization dawned on Boya. It seemed that Blue Plains Continent was truly aiming for Yang Kai. First, they trapped Kasan here with overwhelming power, and they were now trying to lure out reinforcements from Cloud Shadow Continent. Once Yang Kai, Lao Ku, and the others entered the encirclement, they would be sealing their own fate. Boya was immediately drenched in a cold sweat. All of a sudden, her level of admiration for Yang Kai increased significantly. She had no idea how Yang Kai found the 3 ambushes, but judging by the calm way he was reacting, it was obvious he had anticipated all of this from the start. However, Cloud Shadow Continent was still at a huge disadvantage in this battle. The gap between the 2 sides was too great. Whether it was in terms of high-rank, mid-rank, or even low-rank demon kings, the odds were against Cloud Shadow Continent. Even if Lao Ku and He-In arrived immediately, they would not be of much help to the current situation. It seemed everything would depend on Yang Kai's methods now. Boya did not have high expectations of him, but she could not simply persuade him to escape, so she could only wait and act accordingly. As they circled the battlefield, Boya suddenly saw Yang Kai flicking something out of his hand. Before she could see it properly, the tiger head chariot had sped up and flew straight in a certain direction. In that direction, a group of demons of Blue Plains Continent were hiding in ambush. In just a few breaths of time, the tiger head chariot had flown over 10 kilometers. Yang Kai suddenly grinned at Boya, revealing a mouthful of pristine teeth as he remarked meaningfully, "Don't disappoint this king." Just when the last word came out of his mouth, Yang Kai flickered and disappeared from the war chariot, reappearing a few kilometers away. Emperor Qi surged around him and a brilliant flash erupted, like a small sun rising, illuminating the surroundings as he charged straight into the ambush. The corner of Boya's mouth could not help twitching. She initially thought that Yang Kai had some clever plan in mind, But who knew this guy would just charge in recklessly while making such a sensational entrance? Is he afraid that the enemy won't spot him or something? How can there be such a stupid person in this world? Since they had figured out the enemy was aiming to lure them and then annihilate them, they should have taken this opportunity to resolve the ambush from the outside. With her marksmanship and Yang Kai's abilities, as long as they acted carefully, they should have been able to silently achieve that much. However, now that Yang Kai has exposed himself, a sneak attack would no longer work. But soon, Boya frowned as she vaguely felt that perhaps Yang Kai was doing this on purpose. She immediately focused her mind and a faint blue light appeared in her beautiful eyes. With the help of her eye technique, everything within 100 kilometers was captured in her eyes. Who is that? At the same time, a dozen or so kilometers away, a high-rank demon king stared at the small charging sun and questioned. Another demon king beside him glanced at it and answered, "It must be the human." The incoming aura was strange, and the energy fluctuations were only equivalent to those of a mid-rank demon king. Given that the aura was different from a demon's, it was obviously Yang Kai. He's the so-called Great King? Eyebrows rose while the high-rank demon king guffawed with both hands on his waist. Everyone says that the human race is cunning and insidious, but it seems that they're just a bunch of fools. This king is happy to accept such easy prey today. Who will take that man down for this king? The main purpose of trapping Kusan this time was to bait Yang Kai to come to the rescue. However, these demon kings were not sure whether Yang Kai would come. If he didn't, Kusen's death would definitely be a heavy blow to Cloud Shadow Continent, which would be enough to affect Yang Kai's power and ability to rule over Cloud Shadow Continent. If Yang Kai did come though, it would be the best case as their Blue Plains Continent's army was enough to ensure that he would never go back. Before that, they estimated that the probability of Yang Kai coming to the rescue was no more than 30%. But facts proved them wrong. It was not long after the news of Kusan spread that the human appeared and rushed directly towards them. The high-rank demon king was delighted, as he thought that Pi had fallen from the sky. He never expected that he could have such a good opportunity. Naturally, he did not want to miss the chance in front of his eyes. As long as he could take the human down, Sir Yu Sang would certainly reward him. Even though Yang Kai approached with impressive momentum, his cultivation was only equal to a mid-rank demon king. So how strong could he be? Even the high-rank demon king lost his interest in capturing Yang Kai on his own. This subordinate is willing to go. 4 or 5 mid-rank demon kings immediately volunteered. Sure enough, they would not let go of this opportunity to win honor and merit. The high-rank demon king casually picked 3 mid-rank demons and ordered them to bring Yang Kai back, dead or alive. The 3 chosen demon kings accepted the order gratefully, while those who were not selected were dejected and glared at the backs of the 3 with jealousy in their eyes. Yang Kai and the 3 mid-rank demon kings were swiftly approaching each other, and they would clash within 3 breaths of time. A loud explosion rang out, and space itself shook, causing the surrounding world to tremble. A dazzling light rushed out from the center of the chaos, continuing to charge toward the demons with unstoppable momentum. Inside the light, Yang Kai was completely unscathed, his expression unchanged, and even his clothes unwrinkled. Behind him, a shower of blood rained down from the sky. The smile on the high-rank demon king's face immediately stiffened as he gawked toward the front absent-mindedly. As for the demons beside him, they gasped in disbelief. 3 mid-rank demon kings were killed off without complete corpses in a single exchange while the human was completely unscathed. Those demons who were feeling envious just now suddenly felt fortunate that they were not chosen. Otherwise they would not have had good ends. In that short moment of shock, Yang Kai had already crashed into the ambush point with unstoppable force, his power frightening the wits out of all the demons. Courting death, the high-rank demon king, who was guarding that area, finally regained his wits and summoned a thick copper-colored staff into his hands. Pushing his demon chi, he swung the copper staff, whipping up a torrent of wind as he smashed towards Yang Kai's head. His blow was not fancy at all. Instead, it looked extremely ordinary. Nevertheless, Yang Kai's turned slightly pale seeing the power of the staff blow and dared not take it head-on. He had no idea what clan this high-rank demon king belonged to earlier, but the movement of this staff was enough to reveal his origins. This high-rank demon king was a strength demon, born with innate great strength. The high-rank strength demon king possessed physical prowess on par with a true dragon of equal cultivation, and that strength was only magnified by the rage this demon king was feeling right now. If Xianxia took the blow, he would spew at least 3 liters of blood even though he had his own half-dragon physique. Xianxia tried to dodge but found that he could not avoid this blow at all. The movement of this staff seemed simple, but it actually confined the surrounding space, making it impossible to evade. At the critical moment, Xianxia had no choice but to surge his space principles and execute his nihility secret technique. His figure turned ethereal as he merged himself into the void. The staff struck and passed through Xianxia's body. The violent force exploded and shattered the void, which forced Xianxia's figure to reappear, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Although he used his own secret technique to avoid most of the power of this blow, the fallout was still enough to shake space and send his vitality tumbling, causing Xianxia to fall short of breath. He did not feel well at the moment, but the strength demon did not seem to look good either. He thought that Xianxia would not be able to escape from his fatal blow, but to his surprise, it was as if his staff had struck cotton, resulting in him losing his balance and footing. Just when he looked up at Xianxia in shock, wondering how this human had managed to dodge his blow, Xianxia stretched out his hand at him and roared as space principles surged. Bind! The surrounding space turned into an invisible mire which bound the strength demon's body in place without him being able to move an inch. Eyes widened, the strength demon released a powerful blast out of his body, shaking the space around him and forming small cracks in the force binding him in place. If he kept this up, it would not take more than 3 breaths of time for the strength demon to escape from this entanglement. But Xianxia looked at him with the corners of his mouth slightly curved upwards, like he was staring at a dead man. The strength demon vaguely had a bad feeling as a chill shot up his spine, sensing an unprecedented aura of death. When he looked up, a streamer of light was shot from over 10 kilometers away. Inside the light, a giant arrow was flying towards him, one that emitted a piercing aura so sharp he felt it on his skin even from a distance. Following a thunking sound, the stream of light penetrated the strength demon's body and accurately pierced through one of his demon hearts, which caused it to explode violently. 8 arrows were fired in a row and traveled through the air in a seemingly uncoordinated manner. However, each arrow accurately pierced the strength demon's body, turning him into a hedgehog. Each arrow that struck hit a vital point, destroying the few demon hearts in his body as well as a number of vital organs. The strength demon stiffened in place as he stared at a spot 10 kilometers away, where a beautiful figure was floating mid-air. His mouth twitched, as if he tried to say something, but he could not utter a word in the end. The copper staff-like demon artifact slipped out of his hand silently, and his vitality quickly dissipated. A dozen kilometers away, Boya's face was pale, and her chest heaved up and down violently as she panted while the hand holding her great bow was trembling slightly. She used her innate divine ability to launch that barrage of arrows just now. Otherwise, she could not achieve such an effect. The price she paid was 30% of her demon chi. In other words, even at her peak, she could only perform this skill 3 times before she was exhausted. She paid a huge cost, but the outcome was quite satisfactory. The high-rank demon king over there had died. Although there were still a lot of people remaining, they could not do anything in front of Xianxia. He had breached an opening in the encirclement here, opening up paths of attack and retreat for Cloud Shadow Continent. Suddenly, Boya found that it was a good choice to be under Xianxia's command. With this guy's space divine abilities and her exquisite marksmanship, they could slay all the high-rank demon kings who were caught off guard. This was similar to the events back in the Blood Arena, and the cooperation between them had even improved today. After taking a deep breath, Boya put away her bow and held a high-rank demon crystal in each hand, restoring her consumed strength as much as possible. Although they had surprisingly neutralized an ambush site of Blue Plains continent, there were still 2 remaining, not to mention the other 6 high-rank demon kings guarding the gate. A fierce battle was inevitable today, and she did not want to miss any opportunities to recover her strength. At this time, she suddenly heard a violent movement from the other side, and her eyes turned to it suspiciously. There seemed to be a startling battle occurring hundreds of kilometers away, with light flickering fiercely as figures zoomed back and forth across the sky. That was the location of another ambush site of Blue Plains continent. Have Lao Ku and He Yin arrived? They're quite fast. With their help and the forces of Cloud Shadow continent, the problem there can be solved easily. Subconsciously, she used her eye technique to peer at the situation on the other side, but what she saw stunned her greatly, because the scene over there was different from what she had imagined. There was no trace of Lao Ku, He Yin, or even the forces of Cloud Shadow continent. On the contrary, there was a stone giant over 100 meters tall rampaging about. The stone giant was covered in malevolent fire and sharp spines. Boya had no idea what divine ability this stone giant was using, but under the observation of her eye technique, an invisible field had expanded some dozen or so kilometers with the stone giant as its center. The demons, who were shrouded in this domain, could not control their own vitality as a blood-red aura was drawn out from their pores, converging towards the stone giant. This domain seemed to have the ability to devour all things within it. The stone giant was undoubtedly a powerful and terrifying existence. Boya witnessed him crushing a mid-rank demon king into paste with her own eyes before sucking up all the vitality which escaped from his corpse, only leaving behind some dust on the ground. Another high-rank demon king was guarding that position, but he was obviously no match for the stone giant. After a few breaths of time, he completely fell to a disadvantage. Fortunately, he was protected by his subordinates, so he was able to hold on a while longer. Where did this guy come from? Why is he fighting the demons of Blue Plains continent at this time? Boya vaguely felt that the stone giant should have something to do with Yang Kai, but she could not understand how he appeared silently. He actually appeared around the same time when Yang Kai launched his attack, resulting in 2 ambush sites being completely destroyed. The next scene confirmed her guess that the stone giant was unleashed by Yang Kai, because the bodies of the demons below the rank of Demon King over there rapidly shriveled. It started with some demon generals, their bodies rapidly drying out, followed by the demon great generals, all of which were devoured by the invisible domain. Boya was reminded of Lai Kuang's corpse that was still hanging above his mansion, which was so similar to what she saw at the moment. So that's how it is. That night, it was to the stone giant's credit that Yang Kai could kill Lai Kuang in such a short time by sucking out all his blood essence and turning him into a dried-up husk, making him die with everlasting regret. Boya's eyes lit up. With this kind of helper, Yang Kai would be invincible in facing the demons below the rank of half-saint. No wonder he was so fearless. While Boya was paying attention to the battle on the embodiment side, Yang Kai was engaging in a great slaughter. The strength demon who commanded the ambush point Yang Kai struck had died, leaving only mid-rank and low-rank demon kings, as well as subordinate demon great generals and demon generals. None of these demons could even slow Yang Kai down, so within 10 breaths, the entire force, which consisted of roughly 1,000 demons, was practically annihilated. Most of the demon kings had fallen, while the demon great generals and the demon generals also suffered great casualties. Seeing how hopeless the situation was, the remaining demons dared not to remain and fled in horror, running in separate directions like a stampede one after another. Yang Kai casually killed a few more demons who attempted to escape, but he did not hunt them down to the last. While gathering the bodies of those killed demons and preparing them to be devoured by the embodiment, he turned to look into the distance 100 kilometers away. Given that the embodiment had made a move, it was undoubtedly overwhelming the other side. If 5 high-rank demon kings worked together, they might be able to tie down the embodiment, but with only 1 high-rank demon king assuming command over there was no way to stop the embodiment. Yang Kai had secretly let his embodiment out while he was circling the perimeter in his tiger head chariot. Otherwise, with Boya's ability, it would be impossible for him to go unnoticed by her. Moreover, the embodiment's body was that of a stone spirit that was naturally proficient at earth escape techniques. As such, he approached the ambush site silently beneath the ground and successfully launched a sneak attack on them. Followed by a light sneer, Yang Kai took a glance at the territory gate. Sure enough, the demons over there were in a mess now. It was impossible for them to not be aware of the movements of the two battlefields, and it was obvious that what they saw that made them react this way. He did not really care much about Kusen's safety, as to Xianxia, the more demons that died, the better. However, since Kusen was his subordinate now, it was better to keep him alive, but it still would not hurt him if he died. So he was not worried that Blue Plains continent would get desperate and kill Kusen to vent their anger. With a single thought, Xianxia surged his space principles, disappeared from his location, and reappeared next to Boya with a flash. Exchanging looks, Xianxia noticed the way Boya looked at him was different from before. Instead of being frivolous, her eyes showed a hint of solemnity. He immediately figured that she had spotted the movement of the embodiment over there. After pondering for a while, Boya asked, "What should we do now? Go straight to the enemy's den or head for the last ambush site?" If Xianxia wanted to go straight to the enemy's den, they had to go to the territory gate to fight with Blue Plains continent's forces. But there were only two of them now since Lao Ku and Hien had not arrived yet. Boya did not think their chances were good in such an uneven battle, so she preferred the latter option. But now that they had made such a grand entrance, it was impossible for them to launch a sneak attack again, and the high-rank Demon King at the last ambush site would certainly be on high alert now. Xianxia smiled faintly. "They made the choice for us." Boya was slightly stunned and looked around, soon seeing that a group of demons had suddenly broken off from the territory gate and were rushing towards them under the lead of 3 high-rank Demon Kings. Moreover, the demons at the last ambush site were also charging toward them. Both groups of demons soon assembled together in an overbearing manner. Boya's face turned slightly pale as she suggested, "I think it's better to avoid fighting for the time being and make plans when Lao Ku and Hien arrive." 4 high-rank Demon Kings joining forces together with a few dozen mid-rank and low-rank Demon Kings. Even if Xianxia's performance was outstanding before, he was certainly no match against such odds. They would be in trouble if they stayed here. Therefore, in order to secure the final victory, they should leave first and meet up with Lao Ku and Hien. "Wait," Xianxia replied faintly. "Wait? What are you waiting for?" Boya looked confused. Seeing the incoming demon army, her heart could not help jumping to her throat. Even though there was still 100 kilometers between them, she could feel the anger of the demons in front of her. Thinking about it, their behavior was not surprising. Initially, Blue Plains continent had the upper hand. They had every advantage, and they intended to crush Cloud Shadow continent in one fell swoop. However, they did not expect one of their ambush sites to be destroyed just when they encountered each other. More than 10 Demon Kings were killed or severely injured, including a high-rank Strength Demon King. Another ambush site seemed to be under attack at the moment and was unable to support them. If Boya were a Demon King from Blue Plains continent, she would be completely embarrassed and want nothing more than to make her enemy pay. 100 kilometers seemed like a long distance, but for Demon Kings it wasn't far at all, so the enemy forces would only take 10 breaths of time to reach them. Seeing the other party getting closer and closer, Boya's brow twitched. "Can you just tell me what you want to do? I don't want to die here." Xianxia turned a deaf ear to her and just stared quietly ahead. 70 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 30 kilometers, when there were only 20 kilometers left between the two parties. And Boya could even see their infuriated faces without using her eye technique. Only then did Xianxia suddenly stretch out his hand and grab her arm, yelling, "Don't resist!" Boya was taken aback, but she reluctantly gave up resistance. It was mainly because the soul puppet was still in this guy's hand, and it would be useless even if she did try to put up a struggle. In the next moment, Boya felt space warping around her, and for a moment, the world spun. When she regained her senses, she was no longer in the same place, but appeared in another location. Xianxia was nowhere to be seen though, leaving only a bead at her feet which gave off some residual energy fluctuations. The bead looked quite familiar to Boya, and soon she recognized it. Li Shiqing had one in her possession too, which seemed to have been given to her by Xianxia a few days ago. He mentioned before that if one activated the seal in the bead in case of danger, they would be safe and sound. Does my appearance here have anything to do with this bead? Suddenly, She recalled that Xianxia had thrown something out from the tiger head chariot when they were passing by this place. She did not see it clearly at that time, but now that she thought about it, it probably should be this bead. Boya looked up thoughtfully, and her eyes lit up. Several kilometers ahead, the demon army led by the 4 high-rank demon kings was charging furiously like tigers descending the mountain. But the funny thing was that she was actually facing their backs at the moment. Boya could not help laughing. How dare an enemy allow a feather demon who was proficient in archery to take their back? It was akin to suicide. She immediately understood Xianxia's intention and why he told her to wait just now. He was preparing for this moment. At the same time, she felt horrified, for this guy was so terrifyingly precise in his calculations. It was going to be hell for Blue Plains continent today. The demons were clearly baffled by Bo Ya's sudden disappearance. Although something felt off, they could not afford to investigate because at the same time when Bo Ya vanished, Xianxia lunged forward, sword chi bursting from the myriad's sword in his hand as he unleashed a wide slash at them. The world-splitting, void-shattering power of the massive sword wave advanced towards the forces of the Blue Plains continent. The demons' faces turned pale at the sensation of the power behind this sword wave, and they quickly split into 2 groups to evade. With a loud bang, a 1,000-meter-long crack was split open on the ground, while some unfortunate demons who failed to avoid the rampaging sword intent were instantly turned into dust. The demon kings watched with solemn expressions. Although this attack was powerful and would be lethal if it hit, the casualties were just some demon great generals and demon generals. All the demon kings managed to avoid it without suffering any injuries. But in the next moment, several streams of light pierced through the air and flew towards them from a dozen or so kilometers away. With Xianxia making such a flashy opening move, how could Bo Ya not take advantage of the situation? It was impossible to resist shooting a bunch of idiots who exposed their backs to her. These arrows were not as powerful as the 9 arrows she used to shoot the high-rank demon kings earlier. Obviously, Bo Ya did not use the extremely consuming secret technique, but even her regular arrows were not to be underestimated. 1 arrow pierced more than 10 demon great generals and demon generals before flying straight at a high-rank demon king with a dark complexion and a rotund belly. The black-faced demon king never expected an attack from behind, and with all his focus being on Xianxia's movements, he failed to notice until the arrow was less than 1,000 meters away. His complexion changed drastically as he roared and wildly pushed his demon chi. A pair of truncheons appeared in his hands as he hurriedly raised his arms, turned around, and braced himself. There was a moment of commotion as sparks flew everywhere. The arrow was accurately blocked, but the black-faced demon king was forced back almost 100 meters by the impact. Looking up, he saw Bo Ya sneering at him from a dozen kilometers away, drawing a finger across her neck in mockery. The demon king's already black face turned much blacker, but he did not have another moment to spare because there was another fierce attack flying towards him from behind, one that was perfectly timed to when his vitality and demon chi were unstable and could not be condensed to defend himself properly. At the juncture of life and death, the black-faced demon king trembled as a raging demon chi burst out from him, transforming into a visible pressure wave that attempted to repel the attacking enemy. A thrilling light flashed from the corner of his eyes as his vision was suddenly turned upside down. For a moment, the demon king saw a headless corpse standing mid-air, not far away, with a pair of truncheons held in its hands. Fresh blood spurted into the sky from its neck, closely followed by a rain of swords pouring over the headless body, turning it into dust. Never had this demon king thought he would die in a place like this, and after just 1 round of blows, as his head fell, the light in his eyes slowly dimmed. On the other side, after taking advantage of the good opportunity provided by Bo Ya, Xianxia did not even blink before slashing with his sword at another high-rank demon king. The demon king had seen the tragedy that befell his black-faced companion and wanted to rescue him, but he was a step too late and could only watch Xianxia chop up the other demon king's corpse into 10,000 pieces, leaving him infuriated and horrified at the same time. He suddenly realized that he and the others had all underestimated this human. The feather demon in the distance was indeed tricky to handle, but this human whose cultivation was only comparable to a mid-rank demon king was the true terror here. This Demon King had learned a cruel lesson from the black-faced Demon King's death and was now extra vigilant. Not daring to meet Yang Kai's sword head-on, he chose to retreat. However, he realized he had fallen into his enemy's trap the next moment. The human sword did not release any power at all. It was nothing but a feint. On the contrary, at the same time the sword slashed out, a cyan bottle gourd appeared in Yang Kai's free hand. The Demon King had no idea what artifact this was, but an inexplicable fear gripped his heart the moment he laid eyes upon it. Yang Kai pointed the opening of the bottle gourd at the place where the crowd was the densest and poured in Emperor Qi. Blades of wind visible to the naked eye shot out of the bottle gourd, instantly covering the surrounding area. There was an endless sound of slashing as fresh blood splashed everywhere, and many demon great generals and demon generals collapsed like wheat in a squall. Groups of them fell as their bodies were cut into countless pieces. In just an instant, more than half of the 1,000 demon army were killed. Not only the demon great generals and demon generals, but even some low-rank demon kings could not resist the rampaging power of Bottle Gourd and perished along with 3 mid-rank demon kings. The remaining demons who survived were all horrified and stared at the wind gourd in Yang Kai's hand fearfully. Yang Kai grinned, evidently satisfied with the power of this artifact. The wind gourd was taken from the depths of the restricted area of Orthodoxy Temple before coming to the demon realm. The outer astral wind of Orthodoxy Temple was formed by this wind gourd and was part of the sect's foundation, allowing its disciples to temper their bodies and forge stronger physiques. However, until Yang Kai, no one had ever reached the deepest parts of the gorge where the outer astral wind originated from. Yang Kai had been nourishing the wind gourd with his Emperor Qi and spiritual essence all this time and tested it in battle for the first time today. It proved to be impressive, and even if it was not as good as the mountains and rivers bell, it was not too far off. The only drawback was its consumption. It required a huge amount of Emperor Qi to activate this treasure, but the results were worth the cost. This wind gourd was especially suitable for wide-area attacks, which was something the mountains and rivers bell did not specialize in. Just when many demons were shocked by the power of wind gourd, the 9 arrows secret technique fired again from the distance. Although Wuxia had a lousy character, her combat instincts and ability were outstanding. At the moment the wind gourd drew everyone's attention, Wuxia used her 9 arrows technique to attack the high-rank demon king who was just repelled by Yang Kai. The 9 arrows turned into a string that traveled at lightning speed and instantly reached the high-rank demon king. The high-rank demon king only reacted at the last moment, letting out a roar as he hurriedly tried to dodge. But Yang Kai naturally wouldn't allow him to do as he wished and acted the moment Wuxia released her arrows, using the local space principles to bind the high-rank demon king firmly in place. Do. Just like the previous high-rank strength demon king, the 9 arrows pierced through him, each arrow striking a vital point, completely destroying the demon hearts in his body. In the blink of an eye, the demons of Blue Plains continent had suffered major casualties. Not to mention the demon great generals and the demon generals, even many demon kings had fallen, including 2 high-rank demon kings, whilst those responsible were just 2 people who were supposedly equivalent to mid-rank demon kings. The demons felt utterly embarrassed, but whether it was Wuxia's exceptional archery or Yang Kai's wind gourd, they had no choice but to become extra cautious with their actions. These 2 could not be stopped even when there were so many of them just now, so how were they going to deal with them now that their numbers had been halved? So after just a moment of hesitation, the remaining demons fled, their formation completely collapsing. Yang Kai sneered lightly, intending to stop the 2 high-rank demon kings, but when he slightly surged his divine sense, he only blocked one of them, and the other slipped past. However, the high-rank demon king did not run far, because very soon, a group of 1,000 troops intercepted him from all directions. It was Lao Ku and Hien who arrived late. They received orders from Yang Kai to marshal their forces before coming, but assembling so many people had caused a delay. They hurriedly followed after Yang Kai, in fear that he might have had some kind of accident, but they received a shock instead. Rather than anything untoward happening to Yang Kai, it was Blue Plains continent's forces that were broken and scattered. What happened? Lao Ku and Hien looked at each other in shock. They never thought that the situation would turn out to be like this, But they could not afford to think too much right now. Seeing Blue Plains continent's forces scattered, they ordered their subordinates to finish off the retreating demons, while the two of them set their sights on the escaping high-rank Demon King. Although Blue Plains continent now had a disadvantage in numbers, they were not weak, so under normal circumstances, they should have been able to put up quite a fight. However, with their morale greatly shaken, they no longer had the will to resist. On the contrary, the reinforcements from Cloud Shadow Continent had soaring morale and slaughtered anyone in their way, causing major casualties to the forces from Blue Plains Continent. Not to mention the Demon Great Generals and Demon Generals, who were killed off in a clean sweep. Even the high-rank Demon King intercepted by Lao Ku and He-In did not have the slightest strength to fight back. An extra wound dripping with blood would be added to him after every few rounds of battle. Coupled with Bo Ya's accurately timed attacks, even if the entire army of Blue Plains continent was not wiped out, barely any managed to escape. At the same time, Yang Kai was locked in combat with a lone high-rank Demon King. It was because he was aware of the arrival of Lao Ku and He-In that he let the other high-rank Demon King leave and focused on the one in front of him. This Demon King was quite strong, at least he was stronger than Lao Ku and the others, but he was still limited. The Demon King had been pleasantly surprised when Yang Kai wanted to fight him alone, thinking that it was indeed his lucky day. From his point of view, no matter how impressive Yang Kai's previous performance was, he was only equivalent to a mid-rank Demon King, so if he gave it his all, he may be able to kill Yang Kai then escape, and as long as he could survive this ordeal, he could even help Yu Sang conquer the entire Cloud Shadow continent. But after just a few exchanges, this Demon King realized he was gravely mistaken. The cultivation of this human in front of him was no doubt equivalent to a mid-rank Demon King's, but his combat power was superior to any high-rank Demon King, so he was at a disadvantage even going all out. This human strength was definitely greater than his own in all aspects, especially with regards to raw physical power, causing every clash to numb his hands and arms. How can this be? How could a trivial human be so powerful? Such power is impossible even for the direct disciples of holy venerables to possess. Just when he was distracted by his own thoughts, the situation became more and more unbearable. Yang Kai had already opened several cuts on this Demon King's body, leaving the latter completely covered in blood. But what truly terrified him was that Yang Kai did not even seem like he was using his full strength yet. After a while, the condition of Blue Plains continent's forces became progressively more miserable. Except for the high-rank Demon King who was besieged by Lao Ku and He-In, the rest had either fled, were killed by Bo Ya, or were intercepted by the reinforcements from Cloud Shadow Continent. The high-rank Demon King who was fighting with Yang Kai was also faltering. He was nearly killed by Yang Kai several times, and blood now coated his body. He was aware of his dire situation. Not to mention that he was no match for Yang Kai, even Bo Ya would soon be eyeing him. Once he was targeted by this woman, he would have no chance to leave here alive. As soon as he thought of this, he quickly released his divine sense and silently sent a transmission to Yang Kai. Sir, please be merciful. Tu Chia Luo is willing to submit to you and serve you faithfully. Yang Kai raised his brow, but he did not slow down his attacks and continued to send one killing blow after another with a smile. You are Tu Chia Luo? According to Lao Ku's earlier report, when Lai Kuang took his people to Cloud Shadow City, the Myriad Demon Cave was guarded by this Tu Chia Luo. However, when Lao Ku and He-In brought their subordinates over to retake the Myriad Demon Cave, he had run away. So he's that guy. What a coincidence. Tu Chia Luo was obviously begging for mercy as he felt powerless against Yang Kai. If he did not submit now, death would be his fate. Looking at him faintly, Yang Kai smiled. Give me a reason to keep you alive. While struggling to resist the incoming attacks, Tu Chia Luo sent another transmission. After this battle, Blue Plains Continent will be unable to resist Sir's majesty. Blue Plains Continent will certainly be controlled by Sir. However, as far as I know, Sir has only 3 high-rank Demon Kings at his disposal. With 2 continents under your command, how could 3 high-rank Demon Kings be enough to supervise them? Although this Tu Chia Luo is not talented, he is willing to share Sir's burden. Yang Kai chuckled. Sounds reasonable. Tu Chia Luo was delighted as he thought that Yang Kai was about to take his offer. But instead, Yang Kai just stared at him coldly and teased. Aren't you afraid that Yu Sang will seek revenge against you in the future? No one will forgive a traitor. Tu Cha Luo's face turned pale. Yang Kai pointed out exactly what he was most worried about. It was no problem for him to beg Yang Kai for mercy at this moment, but Yu Sang would certainly settle accounts with him after once he learnt about this. If Yu Sang, a half-saint, was truly determined to take his life, he was afraid that even Yang Kai would be unable to shelter him. Nevertheless, Tu Cha Luo had obviously considered this point already and immediately responded solemnly. Sir Yu Sang has been assigned to the front lines of the two worlds battlefield, so he has certainly done something to offend Holy Venerable. It's unknown whether he will return alive, and even if he does, who knows when that will be. Furthermore, since Sir is anointed as Great King, it is obvious that Holy Venerable thinks highly of Sir. To serve Sir is equivalent to serving Holy Venerable. Sir Yu Sang would not dare to act recklessly. After a pause, he continued with a wry smile. More importantly, if Sir doesn't forgive me today, this will be this Tu Cha Luo's burial place. Therefore, please show mercy. Tu Cha Luo will follow Sir's orders with all his heart in the future. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and snorted coldly. Seems you're an expert at seizing opportunities. This guy showed his sincerity, and what he said was the truth too. If he could not convince Yang Kai to have mercy on him today, he would surely die. It was important to keep his life first rather than worrying about whether Yu Sang would settle accounts with him later. Moreover, Yang Kai did not intend to kill all the demons here. Although he wished all demons on this side would die, as Tu Cha Luo mentioned, after today, Blue Plains continent would fall under his control. However, he only had 3 high-rank demon kings. How could those 3 guard 2 vast continents? Therefore, taking Tu Cha Luo in could make up for some shortage of manpower. This was also the reason why Yang Kai did not kill him yet. Otherwise, given that Tu Cha Luo was just a high-rank demon king, Yang Kai would have taken his life long ago. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai pressed on. This king can let you live, but you need to open your knowledge sea and allow this king to implant a soul imprint on it. Tu Cha Luo did not have a clean background like Lao Ku, Kusan, and Hien, whom Yang Kai did not need to worry about because they obeyed the order from Yu Rumeng to serve him. On the other hand, Tu Cha Luo was under Yu Sang, so how could Yang Kai not worry that he would betray him without implanting a soul imprint? Once he implanted the soul imprint, Tu Cha Luo would essentially be handing his life over to Yang Kai. He would not be able to resist Yang Kai's orders from now on, which would be worse than Bo Ye being restricted by the soul puppet. Therefore, Tu Cha Luo's face changed drastically as soon as he heard this. Bitterly, he assured, Sir, it's not necessary to implant a soul imprint in me. I swear in the name of Great Demon God that I will serve only Sir in the future. Tisk, if oaths were useful, why would we still need to cultivate? You can think about it. I'm not in a hurry. Tu Cha Luo's face twitched, thinking, You're not in a hurry? But I am. At this moment, the feathered demon a dozen kilometers away had already notched an arrow, drawn her bow, and aimed at him. She could release this fatal arrow at any moment. Even from a dozen kilometers away, Tu Cha Luo could clearly perceive the threat of death pointing at him. He wanted to dodge, but Yang Kai suppressed him to the point where he could not escape. While he was hesitating, the aura a dozen kilometers away became even sharper, as if the arrow would be released shortly. Knowing that he could not afford to hesitate any longer, Tu Cha Luo declared through gritted teeth, Good. I will do as Sir commands. This subordinate will only follow Sir from now on, and hopes that Sir will treat me well in return. You will know this king's conduct in the future. Yang Kai cackled before shifting his position, intentionally blocking Bo Ye's line of fire. Only then did Tu Cha Luo relax. He looked at Yang Kai steadily and sighed as he opened his knowledge sea defenses. Yang Kai was quick to act and immediately pushed his divine sense, engraving a soul imprint in Tu Cha Luo's knowledge sea. The two reached an agreement secretly, but they did not stop exchanging blows. They were still fighting, mainly because they were afraid that the demons by the territory gate would notice what they were doing. After the soul imprint was implanted, a faint hint of depression flashed across Tu Cha Luo's face, but he soon restrained his emotions and asked, Sir, This subordinate can help you to subdue 2 more people. What do you think? Why only 2? Yang Kai questioned suspiciously. There were still 3 high-rank demon kings left around the territory gate. At this time, they were watching them while holding Kusan and his group hostage. Kusan and the others were no match for them in the first place, and it was only because they wanted to use them as bait that they were still alive. Seeing the situation turn dire though, the demon kings who remained at the territory gate immediately used their full strength and captured Kusan's group. They obviously wanted to negotiate with Yang Kai by using Kusan as a bargaining chip. Tu Qiaoluo explained, "One of them is Yusang's confidant, so I'm afraid it won't be easy to subdue him. It would be better to kill him directly than try to control him." Yang Kai chuckled and looked at Tu Qiaoluo meaningfully. Subduing a person was not difficult through implanting a soul imprint. Even if the demon king over there was loyal to Yusang, as long as Yang Kai could control whether he lived or died, he would become Yang Kai's subordinate too. As for Tu Qiaoluo's proposal, Yang Kai believed that he had other intentions. Perhaps there were grudges between him and this demon king, and he wanted to eliminate him through Yang Kai's hand this time. However, Yang Kai did not bother to solve this puzzle. Even if Tu Qiaoluo really had the intention of borrowing his strength to commit evil, it would still be better for Yang Kai to get rid of Yusang's confidence as soon as possible, to avoid any troubles in the future. As their eyes met, a hint of panic indeed flashed across Tu Qiaoluo's, which confirmed Yang Kai's guess. Yang Kai then smiled faintly and asked, "Do you have any life-saving methods or tools?" Tu Qiaoluo was stunned, but soon understood Yang Kai's intentions and hurriedly answered, "Yes." "Then show me." Yang Kai nodded gently, "But be careful not to be shot dead by Boya." Tu Qiaoluo's face twitched and thought that it would be too unreasonable if he really died like that. However, he knew that Yang Kai had no way to inform Boya about what was going to happen. If he wanted to live, he had to rely on himself. With a loud roar, blood mist sprayed out of the pores of Tu Qiaoluo's whole body, and he transformed into a stream of red light and escaped towards the territory gate. Immediately after, 2 streams of light were shot out from a dozen kilometers away. Sure enough, as Yang Kai expected, Boya had released her arrows. The power of these 2 streams of light was exceptional, and they traveled at extremely high speed. Tu Qiaoluo managed to narrowly dodge one arrow with his life-saving secret technique, but the other arrow shot through his thigh, directly piercing a bloody hole through his leg, causing a rain of red. However, such an injury should be nothing to Tu Qiaoluo and would only require him to rest for a few days to fully recover. As for Boya, after she missed this time, she lost the opportunity to kill him again. "Sir." Not far away, Lao Ku and Hien led the elites from Cloud Shadow Continent over together and cupped their fists. They carefully examined Yang Kai's condition and confirmed that he had no injuries, only then letting out sighs of relief. As for the high-rank demon king they had intercepted, Boya had already assassinated him with her arrow. Yang Kai nodded slightly before he turned to the territory gate and saw that Tu Qiaoluo had gathered together with the demons over there and was stirring up an uproar. After a chuckle, Yang Kai glanced in the direction of the embodiment. The activity there had subsided and none of the demons at that ambush site had escaped. It was a complete annihilation of the army. Under the heaven-devouring domain, all the demons had turned into dry corpses. Right now, the embodiment was hiding underground, approaching the territory gate quietly. After a few more breaths of time, Boya flew over bravely, looking up and down at Yang Kai, as if she just met him for the first time. "Did that guy submit to you?" she questioned. Yang Kai glanced at her. "You noticed," Boya sneered. "Otherwise, why would you deliberately block my shot?" She was not a fool, so she had seen some clues. Moreover, she had long noticed the surge of divine senses between Yang Kai and Tu Qiaoluo, and realized they were secretly communicating. In addition to all the signs that they showed so far, it was not difficult for her to deduce the truth. A sudden realization dawned on Yang Kai. "So you did it deliberately." Since Boya could see through Tu Qiaoluo's intention of changing his allegiance, the 2 arrows previously must have been an act, not that she really missed. However, this allowed Yang Kai to have a deeper understanding of her superb archery. especially when she could still accurately shoot through Tu Chia Luo's leg, even when he used a life-saving secret technique. Bouya snorted. It was convincing, wasn't it? Yang Kai did not reply, but just paused for a while before stepping forward with a smile. Let's go greet them. Thousands of troops followed closely behind, their morale sky-high. At the territory gate, the Blue Plains continent demons looked bitter and resentful, especially their leader, a high-rank demon king whose face was so scrunched up that he looked particularly savage. He initially thought this ambush could subdue all of Cloud Shadow Continent in one fell swoop, but never did he expect that they would be wiped out by the opponent instead. In the battle today, whether it was the initial planning and deployment or the confrontation in the later stage, there were no mistakes made. In terms of number and strength, Blue Plains Continent vastly exceeded Cloud Shadow Continent by several times. No matter how one looked at it, Blue Plains Continent had the advantage. But ultimately, Cloud Shadow Continent achieved a great victory, while Blue Plains Continent was left in shambles. Of the 9 high-rank demon kings who came, only 4 were still alive now. As for mid-rank and low-rank demon kings, dozens had died while countless demon great generals and demon generals had fallen. This result was truly shameful for Blue Plains Continent, and the culprits responsible for all this were 1 human and 1 feather demon. Blue Plains Continent had already lost the upper hand, and now the opposing army was converging on them with unstoppable momentum. It was quite possible that their whole army would be wiped out here. Fortunately, Blue Plains Continent had a valuable hostage, so there was still hope to make a comeback. The people at the territory gate became increasingly restless as they watched Yang Kai advancing toward them with the Cloud Shadow Continent's army. The high-rank demon king, who was their leader, roared loudly to bring his people back to their senses. They still had 4 high-rank demon kings. They still had the power to fight. As long as they could force Yang Kai and the others to retreat, Blue Plains Continent could be saved, and when Sir Yusang returned from the Two Worlds battlefield, they could get their revenge. As for whether Yusang would punish them for what happened today, that was something to be considered later, because a little suffering would be better than certain death here. After a short while, Yang Kai, leading the Cloud Shadow Continent demons, stopped 1,000 meters away from the territory gate. A group of Cloud Shadow Continent elites lined up neatly behind him, throwing fierce gazes at the enemy. The pressure of the silence was almost unbearable for the demons of Blue Plains Continent. They could not help but clench the weapons in their hands as their faces turned ugly. It was a great shame and disgrace for the tables to turn on them like this. This confrontation lasted for only a few breaths before the demons of Blue Plains Continent could no longer bear the tension. The high-rank Demon King leader held Kusan by the head and condensed his demon chi in his palm, threatening to take his life at any moment. Staring at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression, he growled, "Human, this king thinks we should sit down and discuss this matter." Yang Kai could not help sneering as he looked at him sarcastically. "Discuss? What do you want to discuss? What right do you have to discuss terms with this king?" The high-rank demon king snorted coldly and pushed the demon chi in his hand. Kusen's face immediately contorted in pain while the demon king threatened, "I have his life in my hands. How about that?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly and refused just as coldly, "Not interested." A look of despair suddenly appeared in Kusen's eyes. The high-rank demon king was not surprised at all but sneered, "You don't care about his life at all? He is your subordinate." Yang Kai snorted. A subordinate of this king should be ready to sacrifice his life for this king. What use would this king have for a subordinate without even that much loyalty? He turned to Kusan and declared, "Fear not. This king will kill them all to avenge you. Not a single one will escape." As soon as these words came out, the Blue Plains Continent demons shivered as panic filled their faces. The corners of the high-rank demon king's mouth twitched. He thought Yang Kai was just putting up a front before, but it seemed that he was serious and suddenly became hesitant. He would have no trouble killing Kusan, but that would mean losing the only bargaining chip he had, which would mean they could only settle matters today with strength. Once that happened, most of the demons on his side would die, including him. He gritted his teeth and declared grimly, "If that is the case, be prepared to dirty your hands, for this king will bring all of you down with him if you dare to start anything. At this point, he could only retreat by pretending to advance, hoping that Yang Kai would compromise in the face of difficulty, giving him a chance to make peace. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai just scoffed. Bring all of us down with you? You're not qualified. His face darkened and shouted, Kill! As soon as the order was given, the high-rank Demon King's heart jumped and his complexion changed drastically. The human in front of him really didn't care about the life of his subordinates at all, and it was clear that he would not allow any of them to survive today. Kusun closed his eyes and prepared himself for death. Boya, who had been concealing herself in the dark, took the lead to shoot an arrow, targeting the high-rank Demon King, who immediately felt the aura of death rapidly approaching. He instinctively stretched out his hand and moved Kusan into the path of the arrow, hoping to use him as a shield. However, the moment he took action, violent demon chi surged behind him and a terrible force sunk into his organs, causing him to stagger forward while blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth and nose. Understanding what just happened, he immediately gritted his teeth and roared, Tu Chia Luo! Even though he did not look back, he knew who had hit him from behind. After associating with each other for so many years, he was naturally familiar with Tu Chia Luo's demon chi fluctuations. A thought flashed across his mind at that moment, and he realized that Tu Chia Luo turned rogue. Otherwise, why would he attack him at this moment? Escaping back here with a special secret technique with an arrow in his body was all just a ruse, one designed to lower his guard. The hatred in his heart could never be washed away. Tu Chia Luo quickly pulled back after unleashing this palm strike. At the same time, he hurriedly sent a divine sense transmission to the two other high-rank demon kings who were still lost in a daze. Don't make a move. Blue Plains continent is doomed. This is the only method we have to survive. The two were at a loss at what happened in front of them, but after listening to Tu Chia Luo's words, they immediately understood the situation. After a moment of hesitation, they dispersed their demon chi and withdrew and retreated just like Tu Chia Luo did to display their sincerity. Of course, they could not help sighing as their expressions turned complicated. At the same time, Boya's arrow had almost reached its mark and was just about to hit Kusan. However, the arrow strangely swerved and narrowly missed Kusan's neck at the last moment and instead struck the shoulder of the high-rank demon king behind him. Flesh and blood blasted everywhere as half of the high-rank demon king's shoulder disappeared. The violent power pushed his body back slightly, and before he could react, Yang Kai had already leapt over, stretched out his hand to snatch Kusan back, and tossed the latter back to safety without another glance. At the same time, Yang Kai placed both hands together and sent out a double palm strike. Time flows on infinitely, like a mighty stream, like an unending dream. Time seemed to stagnate for a fraction of a breath, and when everyone came back to their senses, the high-rank demon king had already been struck by Yang Kai, spurting fresh blood everywhere, and his aura was rapidly dissipating. Chi. Boya shot 3 arrows at that moment which accurately pierced into the enemy's body, sending even more blood spurting into the sky. The sudden change of situation shocked everyone. Whether it was the demons from Blue Plains continent or from Cloud Shadow continent, all were stunned except the few who had been prepared beforehand. Yang Kai did not do anything after using his time fly seal. He just waited indifferently. He knew that he did not need to do anything more as someone wanted this guy dead more than him. Sure enough, after Bo Ya's 3 arrows severely wounded the high-rank demon king, Tu Chia Luo immediately bellowed, "Now!" Ignoring the backlash of the secret technique he used to escape earlier, Tu Chia Luo desperately surged his demon chi and struck the wounded high-rank demon king. At the same time, the other 2 high-rank demon kings, who had been standing idly by before, followed suit, sending out attacks at the same time, besieging their former colleague. Lao Ku and He Yin were watching dumbfounded and suddenly realized that they no longer needed to do anything. First, this demon king was attacked by Tu Chia Luo from behind. Then he received a hit by Yang Kai's divine ability, followed by 3 of Bo Ya's arrows. The high-rank demon king was already heavily injured, so how could he stand a chance of winning against the joint forces of Tu Chia Luo and the other 2 high-rank demon kings? This man knew that he was bound to die, but he did not mean to beg for mercy. Instead, he decided to just give it his all to bring at least one other down with him. However, Tu Chaluo and the others did not give him the opportunity. They dealt with him extremely cautiously, without taking any unnecessary risks. After a cup of tea worth of time, the dust settled. Tu Chaluo was out of breath, his face pale, and fear still etched on his expression. However, he cupped his fists forcibly and reported, "Sir, fortunately, I did not fail my mission." Yang Kai looked at him with a faint smile and gently nodded. "Good." Turning his head again, Yang Kai looked at the other two high-rank demon kings lightly. These two had teamed up with Tu Chaluo in this desperate situation, and at this moment, they naturally knew what to say, so they declared in unison, "We are willing to submit to Sir, and hope that Sir will ignore the past demurs and give us a chance to redeem ourselves." Yang Kai replied faintly, "That will depend on your sincerity." The two high-rank demon kings exchanged confused glances as they thought they had already shown their sincerity. They had killed Yusang's henchmen together with Tu Chaluo. Where else could they go besides surrendering to Yang Kai? Embarrassment surfaced on Tu Chaluo's face as he awkwardly cleared his throat and sent them a divine sense transmission. When the two demon kings heard it, their expressions twitched. They looked at Tu Chaluo incredulously, as if this was the first time they had really known him. Tu Chaluo blushed slightly while sending another voice transmission. After a moment, the two demon kings cupped their fists bitterly and reported, "We are willing to allow Sir to put a soul imprint on us. From now on, wherever Sir wants us is where we will be." At the same time, they were cursing to themselves. They have fallen into a trap. If they had known this would happen earlier, they would have fought back for the slim chance of coming out ahead. But since things had come to this, saying anything more would be useless. If they wanted to live, they had to offer up their loyalty. They could only blame Tu Chaluo in their hearts for not making matters clear in the beginning. If he'd been clear about the situation from the start, then they may not have defected so hastily. Instructing the two high-rank demon kings to open up their knowledge seas, Yang Kai planted soul imprints on them. Now, the cold look on his face was no longer to be seen, and had instead turned cordial. Since they were his own people, there was no need for him to worry about anything anymore. Lao Ku, Ku-san, and He-in also came over to offer their congratulations. Even though Yang Kai was conferred the title of Great King and seemed to be highly valued by the Holy Venerable, she had only ordered him to come to the Cloud Shadow continent in order to stabilize the territory gate. Now though, this human had even brought down blue planes and brought them along to kill off so many Demon King-level masters. Who knows whether the Holy Venerable would blame them if she were to learn of this. It had to be known that the demon saints may compete against each other in the demon realm, which resulted in the continents under the demon saints being hostile towards one another. But what happened just now could only be considered infighting. Whether it was Cloud Shadow or Blue Plains, they were both Yu Ru Meng's territories. Moreover, with a war raging between the demon realm and the star boundary, it was time to set aside internal squabbles and focus on the eternal threat. Finally, even if the Holy Venerable didn't blame Yang Kai, what about Yusang? It was true that Yusang was banished to the Two Worlds battlefield for now, but Blue Plains continent was still Yusang's territory. If one day Yusang was allowed to return, there was no way he wouldn't seek to settle accounts. Lao Ku and the other two were filled with worry, but there was nothing they could say at this time. Even though Yang Kai was only partly responsible for what happened today, ordering Ku-san to block Blue Plains' territory gate was overstepping his authority. However, Blue Plains had also gone overboard with their response. Otherwise, how could the current situation have been created? But since matters had come to this, they could only take things one step at a time. With Yusang's trusted subordinate eliminated, and the remaining ones, Tu Chaluo and the other two high-rank demon kings, subdued, the others would naturally lose their desire to resist. Either way, the foremost rafter was always the first one to break. With Tu Chaluo and the other demon kings already submitting, the leftovers lacked the course to refuse. In the end, the battle resulted in Blue Plains continent falling into Yang Kai's hand. This may be something that the ones from Blue Plains never even dreamed would happen. Yang Kai was not planning to interfere too much in Blue Plains' affairs, so he simply ordered Tu Qiaoluo and the two to carry on as usual. All he wanted was peace while he was studying the territory gate. Yang Kai also ordered someone to collect the bodies of the demon kings who had died in the war and throw them into the small sealed world for the embodiment to devour. Even though these demon kings were dead, there was still a lot of power remaining inside of their bodies, so they were useful for the embodiment's growth. As for the loot, Yang Kai took a few things he wanted and left the rest to Lao Ku to distribute, which instantly made the group of demons feel grateful for their great king's generosity. After taking care of everything, Yang Kai returned with his group to Cloud Shadow Continent in order to continue his task. During this period of time, Yang Kai had been gaining enlightenment at the territory gate. Both Blue Plains and Cloud Shadow were now under control, and both sides of the territory gate were sealed off. Naturally, there was no one to disturb him now. 2 months of study brought Yang Kai many gains in his comprehension of the Tao of space. On the other hand, he didn't make much progress in terms of stabilizing the territory gate, but he didn't care too much about it. As for Yang Kai's seizure of Blue Plains continent, it had caused a big storm in the holy city. Baizhua said in the past that the strength of a holy venerable and the half-saints beneath them was directly related to the number of continents they occupied. Not only because these continents were able to provide some kind of intangible fated fortune to the demon saint and half-saints, but mainly thanks to the myriad demon pills produced by each one. The more territory one occupied, the more myriad demon pills one could naturally obtain, and thus the more masters they could raise. Blue Plains continent was originally Yu Sang's territory, but now Yang Kai had taken it by force while he was gone, which could be considered improper. The fact that he killed 6 high-rank demon kings and several dozen mid-rank and low-rank demon kings also greatly damaged Blue Plains' strength, which led to many of the half-saints who were staying in the demon realm becoming unhappy with him. Yu Rumeng had received more than one formal complaint from those half-saints, asking her to give Yang Kai a proper punishment to serve as a warning. But of course, Yu Rumeng had no interest in doing so. However, with so many half-saints complaining, she couldn't just do nothing or it would affect her reputation negatively. A month after Yang Kai seized Blue Plains continent, Yu Rumeng sent someone over to reprimand Yang Kai, saying that Blue Plains continent was not his territory and that he shouldn't have acted in such a manner. They also told him that now that the forces of Blue Plains continent were greatly damaged, and there was no suitable person to take charge of things for the time being, Yang Kai had to manage it until Yu Sang returned from the battlefield, at which point he would have to return it to its rightful owner. When this news came out, those half-saints found it hard to believe. They wondered whether the Holy Venerable was being so partial towards this human. While she had declared that Blue Plains continent would be returned to Yu Sang once he returned, who knows when or even if that would happen. The war going on in the star boundary was fierce to the point that even a half-saint falling was possible. But since Yu Rumeng had already made concessions, they couldn't force the matter too much, so they simply allowed things to drift off. They were not able to make an example out of Yang Kai, but set his occupation of Blue Plains in stone instead, forcing the many half-saints to reevaluate this human called Yang Kai. Yang Kai himself did not pay too much attention to this matter. During the past 2 months, besides cultivating at the territory gate, he also ordered people to travel to all the other continents to obtain information. Now, he had the forces of 2 continents that he was able to dispatch, so he sent out tens of thousands of scouts to get a better grasp of the demon realm situation. His main mission here was to bring back Bright Moon Great Emperor, but there was no progress made so far. Last time, Yang Kai did ask Yu Rumeng about Bright Moon, but she wasn't too clear on the situation. Even if she did know of Bright Moon Great Emperor's whereabouts, Yang Kai couldn't ask for it in case he made her suspicious. Since he couldn't ask others, he had to rely on himself for this matter. Yang Kai had his scouts go out to find out about the unusual situations happening in each continent during these recent years, especially around the time Bright Moon fell into the demon realm, hoping to be able to find out his location using these clues. One day, while Yang Kai was gaining insight into the Tao of space at the territory gate, He-in suddenly flew over in a hurry from afar and exchanged a glance with Kusan, who was staying nearby. Divine sense surging, they communicated silently for a moment. What happened? Yang Kai opened his eyes and asked. He had already noticed that He-in had arrived, but he didn't pay much attention to her. However, noticing the looks of both her and Kusen's face, Yang Kai realized that something big must have happened. Great King. Hien cupped her fists at him and spoke with great spirit. There have been some movements in the Myriad Demon Cave. Demon Chi is surging, so it is likely the Myriad Demon Pills are about to form. Oh! Yang Kai raised his brow, revealing a look of excitement. Are you certain? Hien smiled. Yes. Usually, once these movements are detected, the Myriad Demon Pills can be collected within a month. Very good. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai was excited to hear of this matter. He had been to the Myriad Demon Cave once, but it was just a dark set of caves with nothing special about it. Based on what Lao Ku and the others told him, that was what the Myriad Demon Cave was usually like. Only when the Myriad Demon Pills were about to form would there be any changes. Yang Kai was greatly concerned about the Myriad Demon Pills. Though these things were useless to him, they were of great benefit to the embodiment. The embodiment required a large amount of them, and the Myriad Demon Pills could only be collected once every 100 years, with Cloud Shadow Continent producing several dozen to 100 pills at most each time. With just this number of Myriad Demon Pills, the embodiment fell far short of his requirements. It would take at least 3,000 pills to allow the embodiment to achieve a breakthrough. But even a mosquito was still meat. With whatever Myriad Demon Pills were produced this time, the time it took for the embodiment to grow would also be shortened. When Yang Kai first came to Cloud Shadow Continent, Lao Ku and the others told him that the Myriad Demon Pills would be ready for harvesting within half a year. Now, counting the day, it was just about the right time. When Yang Kai brought Kusan and Hien to the Myriad Demon Cave, sure enough, the demon chi here was overflowing. A black demonic cloud tumbled below, and the cave system, which was originally plain and unremarkable, now seemed to have a life of its own. Lao Ku stood a short distance from the Myriad Demon Cave, looking both excited and anticipant. How many years had it been since Lai Kuang submitted to Yu Sang? Lao Ku and the others had lost the right to participate in the collection of the Myriad Demon Pills. Each time a harvest was ready, it was always someone from Blue Plains continent that came to collect them before they were all sent directly to Yu Sang. Yu Sang would then hand most of them over to the Holy Venerable. Normally, each time a harvest occurred, they would at most receive 1 or 2 pills each, while the rest would be offered up to the Holy Venerable. But in recent years, the Myriad Demon Pills that belonged to them all entered Yu Sang's pocket instead, which made them feel both bitter and helpless. Upon seeing Yang Kai arrive, Lao Ku immediately came over to cup his fists and greet him. Great King! What's the situation? Yang Kai gazed over at the Myriad Demon Cave, which seemed to be breathing, drawing in large amounts of world energy, kicking up a noticeable whirlwind and racket. Yang Kai couldn't help raising a brow in wonder. When last he came here, there were no such abnormalities at all, so he had no idea how the Myriad Demon Cave ended up in such a situation, or why one existed in basically every single continent above a certain size. Yang Kai had searched for information and learned that the Myriad Demon Caves did not exist at the very beginning of the demon realm. Rather, they were formed later, and there were many different stories about when exactly this occurred. The most popular theory was that the Myriad Demon Caves suddenly appeared 1,000 years after the demon realm shattered into fragmented continents, but it was not known what sort of link these Myriad Demon Caves had with the collapse of the demon realm. From the looks of this situation, the harvest this time should not be small. We should be able to obtain at least 70 to 80 pills, possibly even 100. Lao Ku responded with a smile, appearing like an old farmer who had been working the land year-round and was finally about to harvest his crop. But he could not be blamed for his excitement. After getting to know Yang Kai during the past few months, he realized that this human was a rather generous master. This time, he would surely share some of the Myriad Demon Pills with them after the harvest. Mid-rank and low-rank Demon Kings aside, the high-rank Demon Kings, should at least be able to get 1 pill each as a reward. Yang Kai glanced at him and smiled. You're able to tell how big the harvest will be? Lao Ku said. Once one has seen the process enough times, they will naturally be able to make certain judgments. Yang Kai gently nodded before looking around and noticing many demons sitting cross-legged on the ground, cultivating. He asked thoughtfully, Does cultivating in this area bring your kind any benefits? He nodded. It is as Great King says. Whenever the Myriad Demon Cave undergoes this change, the world energy of the continent converges here. So, cultivating nearby during this period will increase one's cultivation efficiency several times higher than usual. Naturally, no one would want to waste such an opportunity. After hearing He Yin's explanation, Yang Kai nodded lightly. Right now, it was as if the myriad demon cave was inhaling all of the world energy from the entire cloud shadow continent, naturally turning it into a cultivation paradise. During the next few days, the phenomenon became more and more obvious. The world energy that was gathered from all directions became stronger and stronger each day. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the myriad demon cave, countless demons were sitting cross-legged, quietly cultivating, eager to improve their strength. Lao Ku, He Yin, and Ku Sen took turns on guard duty. While one person looked after the myriad demon cave, the other two would search for a good place to sit down and cultivate. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had nothing to do. Even though the cultivation conditions were good here, the world energy in the demon realm wasn't suitable for him. After watching for a few days, he still didn't see any myriad demon pills take shape. His initial surprise disappeared, and soon, things became boring. If things were like this, he might as well return to the territory gate to continue cultivating the Tao of space. But if he left now, he would need to come back again very soon after, so he could only be patient and wait. Gazing at the myriad demon cave, which was gulping in the energy from all four directions, Yang Kai wondered whether he would be able to get a decent amount of benefits by throwing the embodiment inside. As the efficacy of cultivating here was increased several times for the demon race, the effect for the embodiment, who had the heaven-devouring battle law, would likely be even greater. Yang Kai could hardly hold himself back once the thought came to mind, which made him eager to throw the embodiment out to test the results. Looking around, he could see Lao Ke staying guard a short distance away, while the other demons who were watching the surrounding area were all scattered about. None of them were paying attention to him, so with a flicker, his body disappeared from its place. So as not to be seen, Yang Kai went to a place 100 kilometers away, found himself a deserted area, and released the embodiment. As soon as his divine sense moved, the embodiment understood his intentions, and his huge body sank silently into the earth to approach the myriad demon cave from underground. A short while later, Yang Kai returned to the myriad demon cave. Lao Ke gave him a curious look, but he didn't dare to ask any questions. Yang Kai put on a bored look and sat down, appearing as if he were resting his eyes, but he was in fact monitoring the embodiment's movements closely. 1,000 meters underground, the embodiment swiftly swam forward. The dirt and gravel simply could not obstruct his movements, and in a short time, he approached the myriad demon cave. After a short pause, he was able to break through the final layer of protection and enter the cave directly. As the embodiment entered, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but twitch. The embodiment was Yang Kai's soul clone inside the body of a stone spirit, so he could feel everything the embodiment could. At this moment, this myriad demon cave that used to be plain and inconspicuous was filled with color. The entire cave seemed to have turned into a restless living being that could swallow an ocean of world energy with each breath. But in addition to that, Yang Kai could also vaguely sense that something else was being swallowed up into the myriad demon cave. However, he couldn't distinguish what it was since he had to feel it through the embodiment. Fortunately, the embodiment did not cause any abnormalities after entering the myriad demon cave. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. After standing around for a short while, the embodiment began moving deeper into the myriad demon cave, and the further he went in, the more unbelievable the energy stored inside became. There were tuber-like existences on the walls of the cave that were about the size of fists. As the myriad demon cave pulsed, so too would these orbs, like beating hearts. These fist-sized tubers were neither flesh nor stone and looked very odd. However, Yang Kai could very clearly feel the terrifying energy that was contained within each one of them. As it had no idea what those tuber-like things were, the embodiment didn't dare to touch them either. After a short while, the embodiment finally arrived at the deepest depths of the myriad demon cave. This place had a wide-open cavern where an unimaginable amount of world energy had gathered. The world energy here was so dense it had become tangible. There was even condensed world energy lining the walls that resembled water droplets. After searching for a spot, the embodiment sat down cross-legged and activated his heaven-devouring battle law. His huge body suddenly turned into a bottomless pit that began swallowing up the energy in this place. A few moments later, Xianxia, who was outside, resting his eyes, suddenly smiled. Just as he expected, cultivating inside of the myriad demon cave at this time produced extraordinary results. If the speed at which Lao Ku and the others cultivated was several times higher than usual, then cultivating inside the depths of the myriad demon cave increased that rate to several dozen, or even 100 times the efficiency. Perhaps only the embodiment could achieve such a terrifying rate of absorption, though as anyone else would not be able to devour so much world energy even in the same conditions without the help of the heaven-devouring battle law. This opportunity would only be wasted on others. Time passed, but the world energy accumulated in the myriad demon cave did not decrease at all. However, the rate at which it increased was slowed considerably. After all, the speed at which embodiment devoured world energy was clearly not slow. Through the embodiment, Xianxia had been observing the situation inside the myriad demon cave the whole time in hopes of figuring out the secrets of this place. He had no idea how long had passed, but Xianxia suddenly noticed something, and he couldn't help but make a light exclamation, causing Lao Ku, who was on guard nearby, to turn his head to look at him. After watching Xianxia for a long time though and seeing no other movements, he looked away again. Xianxia didn't notice Lao Ku's gaze at all, as he was absorbed in investigating the situation inside of the myriad demon cave. Since the embodiment entered, Xianxia had sensed that something else was being swallowed up by the myriad demon cave besides the enormous amount of world energy, and that feeling was growing more and more obvious. But despite his careful observations, Xianxia couldn't figure anything out. Puzzled him and made him wonder whether he had been mistaken. Just now though, the myriad demon cave began pulsing again, so Xianxia quickly paid close attention to it through the embodiment, and this time he finally discovered a clue, which surprised him. In order to make sure that his observations were correct, Xianxia spent the next few days observing the myriad demon cave with full attention each time it throbbed. A few days later, an odd look appeared on Xianxia's face. Through his observations over the past few days, he finally understood why the myriad demon pills were so powerful. It was not because the myriad demon cave formed them by devouring vast amounts of world energy, which was only one of its reasons. The biggest reason was that the myriad demon cave was absorbing the power of all living beings on the continent at every moment. This siphoning of energy was almost imperceptible, and even Xianxia could not discover anything unusual before. If he had not been able to perceive the deepest part of the myriad demon cave through the embodiment, he might never have noticed this truth. The demons living on Cloud Shadow continent numbered in the hundreds of millions, and the myriad demon cave was absorbing a tiny fraction of their strength at every moment. If this went on for an extended period of time though, how terrifying would the amount it collected be? But just as Xianxia observed, the devouring was almost imperceptible and would not damage one's foundation, so even demon kings were not aware it was happening. The amount of energy collected from each living being was insignificant, but if all this power was brought to one place, then it could be condensed into myriad demon pills with astonishing power. The demons themselves were the roots of the myriad demon pills, while the world energy that was pouring in at the moment was simply water to help the flowers blossom. That was the fundamental reason the myriad demon pills were able to condense such a huge amount of energy. It was possible that the 12 demon saints knew about this but never made the knowledge public. Even those half-saints might be aware of the truth. This discovery felt a little unbelievable to Xianxia. According to the current situation, the myriad demon cave seemed to have a life of its own, bringing together the power of countless living beings like rivers running into the sea to form myriad demon pills, and in turn creating an endless number of demon race masters. While Xianxia was mulling over his thoughts though, another change happened on the embodiment side. For some reason, an incredibly faint link suddenly appeared between the embodiment and the myriad demon cave, which gave Xianxia the feeling that the entire Cloud Shadow continent was under his control. Examining this link further, Xianxia was stunned as he clearly noticed that a white light had appeared inside the myriad demon cave, one that was constantly dancing around the embodiment. It was the existence of that very light that gave the embodiment that strange connection with the myriad demon cave. After careful probing, Xianxia realized that he could see the image of a continent that had been shrunk countless times down inside that white light, one that looked exactly like Cloud Shadow Continent. Xianxia also noticed almost imperceptible threads of principal strength flowing and crossing each other inside this light. A source! Xianxia could not help but be stunned. Even though this was his first time seeing it, it gave off a feeling that was very similar to a star source. He had refined star sources before back in the star field, and also refined a star field source, so naturally such things were not unfamiliar to him. Could this thing be Cloud Shadow Continent's source? There's actually a source even for this fragmented continent in the demon realm. This came as quite a surprise to Xianxia. Since the demon realm had been broken into countless pieces, even if once had a source, it should have been annihilated long ago. However, what Xianxia saw before him overturned his preconceived knowledge. The source of a continent was obviously its foundation, and as long as the source could be refined, he could really become the master of this place. Xianxia had no idea why this source would suddenly appear, but he knew that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. If the embodiment was truly able to refine this source, then from then on, he would really become Cloud Shadow Continent's master, not just some figurehead appointed by Yuru Meng. The embodiment was obviously aware of the opportunity before him and began trying to refine the source even without the need for any communication with Xianxia. The source showed no signs of rejecting the embodiment at all. Since it appeared on its own, it was clearly attracted here by something. Xianxia guessed that it must be the heaven-devouring battle law that the embodiment was using. The heaven-devouring battle law was called an evil art in the star boundary, and its existence was not tolerated in the world. However, it seemed to suit the tastes of the demon realm. If heaven-devouring great emperor could have been born in the demon realm, he would have been able to achieve great things. So, without much effort, the embodiment accepted the source, swallowed it into his belly, and began refining it. All of a sudden, Xianxia felt the connection between the embodiment and the entire Cloud Shadow Continent become much stronger. And this close connection also confirmed his previous observations. The myriad demon cave really was devouring the power of billions of living creatures across the continent, transforming it into myriad demon pills. No other surprises followed this as, while devouring the world energy gathered inside of the myriad demon cave, the embodiment continued refining Cloud Shadow Continent's source. As for Xianxia, he watched for a while before collecting his thoughts. No longer needing to pay as much attention to the embodiment, Xianxia opened his eyes and found that the guard in charge had now been changed to He-In. So, he beckoned her over to ask her about the demon realm's continent source. Surprisingly, Xianxia realized that this was no secret at all, making him feel like he had made a fuss over nothing. According to He-In, the reason why those half-saints could surpass other demon kings was that they had refined a continent's source, so it could be said that every half-saint was a true master of a continent. For example, the Blue Plains continent source had long been refined by Yusang, and the same was true for the other continents with masters. But since the continent sources weren't very tolerant, even half-saints were only able to refine one source each. Back then, when Lai Kuang joined Yusang's side, he was promised by Yusang that he would be able to refine Cloud Shadow Continent's source, and once Lai Kuang succeeded, he would have a good chance of becoming a half-saint. This was good news for Xianxia, who had experienced the convenience of being a star master and a star field master. Now that the embodiment had become the true master of Cloud Shadow Continent, he would also receive this continent's recognition and shelter. It could be said that the road to becoming a half-saint had already been paved for him. As long as enough power was accumulated, the embodiment could become a half-saint. During this trip to the demon realm, even though Xianxia hadn't accomplished his primary mission yet, or obtained many benefits, he was at least able to open up a future for the embodiment, which was still considered a great fortune to stumble upon. Faced with Xianxia's questions, He-In seemed to misunderstand something and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Since Great King is a human, and Great King's power is also different from ours, so I'm afraid refining the source will be difficult. What's more, Lai Kuang had already been searching for Cloud Shadow Source for many years, but he still hadn't found anything. If Great King truly does receive the continent's favor, it may still be impossible to refine its source." Xianxia chuckled. "I was just asking." Skeptical, He-In excused herself. During the time after that, everything was peaceful. It wasn't until 8 days later that more changes came to the Myriad Demon Cave. The entire Myriad Demon Cave seemed to grow restless as the world energy that it had been devouring was now being spat out uncontrollably, sending tides of energy straight to the horizon and clouds. Soon, it almost seemed to be raining world energy within a 100-kilometer radius around the cave. Lao Ku and the others were also roused from their cultivation and gathered around Xianxia, excited. This was a sign that the myriad demon pills were about to take shape. As expected, when everything settled down half a day later, there were no more movements in the myriad demon cave. Lao Ku cupped his fists. Great King, the myriad demon pills have been formed. I request Great King to please collect them. Xianxia gently nodded before leading Lao Ku and the two others over. The embodiment had also quietly disappeared before they entered the myriad demon cave. The cloud shadow source had already been refined by it, so it was now the true master of this continent. With just a thought, it could go anywhere, so it naturally revealed no traces. It wasn't the first time Xianxia was entering the myriad demon cave either. Previously, he was constantly monitoring the embodiment when he entered, so Xianxia was naturally familiar with the way. In just a short while, he arrived at a wall with a tuber-like object, which was exactly the things that the embodiment saw before. Lao Ku pointed to the flesh-like lump and said, Great King, the myriad demon pills are inside. You can take them out just by plucking them lightly. He knew that Xianxia wasn't familiar with this, so that's why he explained it to him. Only then did Xianxia understand what these strange lumps were. Turns out the myriad demon pills were growing inside of them. Without hesitation, he reached out to touch one, and when his hand made contact with the lump, it actually opened up like a flower while a Longan-sized myriad demon pill fell to the ground after. Xianxia reached out to catch the pill in the palm of his hand, but taking a closer look, he immediately frowned. 3 pairs of fervent eyes looked over from around him. Lao Ku suddenly exclaimed with confusion. Why does it feel like this time's myriad demon pills look smaller than normal? In fact, it wasn't just a bit smaller, it was smaller by a sizable amount. It was so obvious that the other demon kings naturally noticed as well and instantly revealed looks of suspicion. They had collected myriad demon pills many times before, and even though the sizes differed each time, the average size was basically the same. They had never encountered such an obvious reduction of size as this time. Xianxia knew what went wrong as soon as he heard this. It must be because the embodiment had swallowed up too much of the world energy previously, causing the formation of the myriad demon pills to be affected. If that were the case, then this may not be the only pill that shrunk in size. He didn't comment about it since Lao Ku and the others didn't know the reason either and simply said, Go and harvest all the myriad demon pills. He was just trying it out for its novelty, so he naturally wouldn't actually be picking each and every one of the myriad demon pills. After receiving the order, Lao Ku and the others immediately headed deeper into the myriad demon cave. It was less than an hour later when Lao Ku and the rest returned, and they all had uncertain expressions on their faces. They handed a space ring to Xianxia and said, Great King, we were only able to collect 67 myriad demon pills this time. 67? Xianxia looked at him in feigned surprise. Sweat laced Lao Ku's forehead as he explained nervously, I don't know what happened, but the output this time doesn't seem right. Not only is the number much less than what I predicted before, the size is also smaller. Kusan and Hien both nodded at the side. When he saw Xianxia looking at him, Lao Ku immediately said, Great King, this subordinate swears in the name of Great Demon God that he did not embezzle any for himself. All of the myriad demon pills collected this time are right here. He thought that Xianxia was suspecting him of theft, so he anxiously tried to explain himself. Even though Xianxia knew the reason and also knew it was impossible for him to lie, he still glanced at Kusan and Hien with a grim face, causing the two of them to quickly swear in the name of Great Demon God as well in case Xianxia should misunderstand them. Only then did Xianxia nod. It seems like something unexpected really has happened. Can any of you guess the reason? Lao Ku and the others looked at each other, but they all shook their heads. They were also very confused in their hearts. From the behavior of the myriad demon cave this time, the harvest should have been at least 70 to 80 pills, possibly up to 100. However, the fact of the matter was, the number they collected was far less than anticipated. No matter, Yang Kai waved his hand in a pretentious act of generosity. If it's 67, then it's 67. After a pause, he asked, when you collected the myriad demon pills in the past, how did you distribute them? Lao Ke responded, when we were in charge of collecting the pills in the past, we always offered the full amount to Holy Venerable, and Holy Venerable would grant us a few pills as a reward. We high-rank demon kings would generally receive 1 to 2 pills each. As for the mid-rank and low-rank demon kings, they were generally rewarded with some demon crystals according to their level of cultivation. After Lai Kuang began collecting them, these pills no longer had anything to do with us. Yang Kai nodded, taking out 6 myriad demon pills from the space ring directly and giving each of them 2. The rewards for the others are up to you to decide. Lao Ku and the others were overjoyed. They thought that they would not be able to get a share of the myriad demon pills this time because of the poor harvest, but they never expected that Yang Kai would actually reward them with 2 pills each right away, which was simply an astounding level of generosity. They quickly offered their thanks to him, each of them feeling overjoyed. Kusan then said, Great King, the myriad demon pills of Cloud Shadow Continent have already been collected, but those of Blue Plains Continent should be just about ready as well. Should this subordinate go and take a look? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and nodded. Good. Once it's time, send the collected myriad demon pills over to me. Even though he had already planted his soul imprint on Tu Chaoluo and the others and controlled their life or death, who knew whether they would pocket some of the pills in private or not? It was one thing to hand out rewards and another to embezzle. With Kusan watching over them, he figured that Tu Chaoluo and the others wouldn't dare to try anything even if they wanted to. As for offering the rest to the Holy Venerable, Yang Kai straight up ignored it. Obviously, Yu Rumeng wouldn't mind either. Yes! Kusan cupped his fists. With the myriad demon pills collected, Yang Kai was naturally going to return to the territory gate. After such a long time, he only had a vague idea of how to stabilize the territory gate, but made no substantial progress towards that end. But after returning this time, he progressed at a stunning rate. That was mainly because the embodiment was able to refine Cloud Shadow Continent's source, thus becoming the master of this place. With the embodiment's support, Yang Kai could easily sense the reason for the territory gate's instability, which turned out to be the encroachment of the continent's world principles. Just as how void cracks would disappear without a trace soon after Yang Kai tore space, the world principles would naturally try to repair any tears or cracks in the world, restoring everything to its original state. The territory gate was no exception. Only, the territory gate was so massive that it would not be easy for the world principles to repair it even if they wanted to. Naturally, this situation would not appear if the territory gate was completely stable, but once any problem occurred, within a limited number of years, it would be broken down by the world principles and completely sealed. Now that Yang Kai had found the cause of the problem though, it wasn't difficult to fix. Yang Kai pondered for a long time before finding a safe solution. By using his ability to manipulate space principles, he slowly isolated the territory gate from the encroaching world principles and then stabilized it again. But Yang Kai guessed that this method would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause of the problem. Even if the territory gate remained stable for some time, it would not be for long. The territory gate would have problems again after another 1,000 years. If the problem was to be dealt with completely, then his attainments in the Tao of space would have to be further improved. But what happened 1,000 years later wasn't something Yang Kai needed to concern himself with. If not for the fact that the embodiment had refined this continent's source, he would not have even paid this matter this much attention to begin with. After the territory gate was stabilized, Yang Kai did not remain idle. Since he had already succeeded once, he felt he may as well restore the other lost territory gates. Not only would doing this help him comprehend more about the Tao of space, it would also provide more options to him if Yusang really returned from the battlefield. It would be bad to have only one way out of Cloud Shadow Continent in such a future. As long as the other territory gates were restored, Yang Kai would still be able to escape to other continents even if Yusang returned. The other territory gates had already disappeared a long time ago, so restoring them would be no easy task. Fortunately, Yang Kai had some experience now, so even though it was going to be a little more difficult, the process shouldn't be much different. This time, he did not need to block the territory gate anymore. Even Lao Ku and the others were sent back before he headed to the places where the other territory gates disappeared by himself.